Got a question. Historical consultants get so young.
Yeah, I just recently graduated too.
I was hoping you were going to say that much, but. I'm here in Bury, also an architect, historian, historic preservation consultant based out of Rockland.
I'm Matt Jorgensen, a local archaeologist, former member of this board, and I'm just here as a spectator.
He's been as an archaeologist with the Preservation.
We'll go back over here.
Do you want to carry on the staff?
Yeah, go ahead. What's that?
All right, I'm Sarah Woodard, I'm the branch supervisor for the Architectural Survey and National Register Program. Oh,
My name is Sam Bridges. I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina, and I'm here to beg mercy from the powers to be.
I'm Kelly Malloy, I'm an architectural survey specialist here for the state preservation.
Marcus Pollard with Commonwealth Preservation Group, architectural historian, and we're at
I'm Christy Brantley, I'm the local government coordinator, and I work here in the State Historic Preservation Office.
Sure. I'm Jim Wiles. I'm the supervisor of the Restoration Services branch here at the SHPO.
I'm Lauren Blum, but the division specialist with
I am Julie Smith, National Register and Survey Specialist based here in Raleigh.
I'm Jeff Smith, the National Register Coordinator, also based here in Raleigh. No relation to Julie Mary Goldberg. I say that for her, but.
I'm Rebecca Spanbauer. I'm an architectural survey specialist here in Raleigh.
I'm Hannah Beckman Black. I'm the preservation specialist based in our Western Regional Office in Nashville.
All right, we had some people coming in.
I'm Julianne Patterson, Executive Director of Preservation Bureau. I'm Cindy Olson, Programs Coordinator of Preservation.
Deborah Taylor Gonzalez Garcia, and I'm the current president of Forensic Year Cemetery, one of the nominations on your.
All right, we'll start down on that end of our board and come around this way.
I'm Joe Opperman. I'm a historical architect with the firm Joseph K. Opperman Architects. And I've always looked young, just like Mitch.
Good morning, I'm Tamara Holmes Brothers. I'm the Diversity, Equity, Accessibility, and Inclusion Manager for the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Hi, I'm Sean Patch. I'm an archaeologist with New South Associates in Greensboro.
I am David Denard, retired historian from East Carolina University, Greenville, North Carolina.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ramona Bartos. I'm the day-to-day administrator of the State Historic Preservation Office and the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. Good morning.
Good morning. I am Darren Waters. I'm Deputy Secretary for Archives and History here in the department and also State Historic Preservation Office.
Hi, my name is Mary Beth Fitz. I'm a research archaeologist with the Research Labs of Archaeology at UNC Chapel Hill.
Good morning. My name is Fred Belden. I'm an architect with Clearscapes Architects here in Raleigh.
My name is Barbara Snowden, and I am a volunteer working with this group. But the reason we always do this, there is a very good reason. You notice how many. Come on in, Dr. Johnson. Hello. Introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Valerie Ann Johnson, Dr. Johnson, and I am co-director of the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network.
And I'll finish my thought. The good thing that I want everybody to see, the people who are watching this on YouTube after this, is notice that you have professionals, you have volunteers, you have people who just love historical preservation. And this is one of the times that we can all come together. A lot of times you do your work individually, your research individually, and you don't get that feedback. And that's the good thing about this particular committee, is it is not made up of just professionals. It is made up of everybody who has a say and is interested in this particular process. And I think that's one of the reasons that makes it a very successful committee. All right, at this point, we have some reports. Dr. Waters, I'll turn it over to you. What you want to tell me?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to take much time. You have a big agenda today. Ramona and I were just talking about that. again, and I hope that this does not sound, I'll probably say this every time, does not sound perfunctory. But I really do want to thank you all as members of this committee for the hard work you do. It's a lot of material to read through, and you take such a great deal of time and care doing that, and I deeply appreciate that. And your engagement is deeply appreciated. We've heard from a number of you just this past week as we've been shifting gears to deal with things in the office. So, to the member of the committee, Sean Patch and Valerie Johnson, for reaching out on certain things that we're dealing with here. We deeply appreciate that engagement, and it's helpful to the work that we're doing here. Madam Chair, I think that the only thing I will say, and I will also like to thank the staff. This team works very hard. While I don't get to see them as much as I would like to, and when I first started the job, I was seeing them more often than not. And now I don't see them as much, but you are not missed and you're not out of sight and out of mind. So we're thinking about you constantly, the work that you do, and the important work that you do for the state. So I want to thank the team for the work that they do. And I want to say, Madam Chair, I deeply appreciate the fact that the Secretary and the Governor, and we're hoping to get some good news out of the legislature as they deal with the state budget, that this team needs capacity building because the work is expanding. And so the Secretary has realized that, and the Governor has realized that. So we've seen in budget, there have been in the Governor's budget, there has been a proposal for increasing the capacity of this team and for the Office of State Archaeology. And we're hoping that that will be successful in this short session of the state legislature. So I just want to make that point and then now turn it back over to you because it's a big agenda today, but glad to have you all here. Thank you for your engagement.
Thank you, Chair Snowden. In lieu of a report, again, looking at the length of our agenda, I have the report that I'll make to the North Carolina Historical Commission, which many of you are members also of that organization, of that commission that's our governing board. So a lot of this is pertinent to what you're up to. So I recommend that to you for your review at your convenience. And one thing I just wanted to mention is that the National Park Service has put forward and finalized Bulletin 38, which has been in the process of being revised for some time. They have now gotten that through the Federal Register process. It used to be called Traditional Cultural Properties. It's now called Traditional Cultural Places. And our staff is reviewing that. And I hope maybe we can have some training on that, maybe in October, a brief training about what this is. I do think that it provides some avenues for our constituents, maybe to look at National Register eligibility in a even more elastic way potentially. So I just wanted to let you know that's around, and you can find that online if you want to preview that as homework before October.
Yes, whenever you do get your training, is it possible that can be included with your?
Absolutely.
We do have a quorum, so we are ready to do the business of the committee, and we'll start out with the Western Branch.
Ma'am, I think we need to do minutes and.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot the minutes. My mind is somewhere.
Conflict of interest.
Yes. All right. First thing, have everybody read the minutes? All right, is there a motion on the minutes? No corrections?
Approval.
Approval is
I'll
accepted.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The minutes are approved. All right, I need to ask, is there any conflict of interest on any of the properties that are coming before us today? If you realize one as we go through the property, then please state that as you go through it. All right. Now I can repeat myself. Let's go to the Western Branch.
All right. I'm Rebecca Spanbauer. This is the downtown Taylorsville Historic District in
Taylorsville in Alexander County. And before I begin, I just want to note that unless another source is noted on an image, the images you will see during this presentation they were provided by the preparers. Taylorsville is shown by the red star on the left map in central Alexander County in the western Piedmont between Iredell and Caldwell counties. On the right, the district is outlined on a USGS map. The Alexander County Historic Preservation Committee embraces preservation of their largely rural and small town community character, and they sponsored this nomination. The downtown Taylorsville Historic District encompasses approximately 10 acres in the county's seat central business district. The district is outlined on this aerial view. The county and town were founded in 1847. Town lots were laid out in a modified gridiron pattern around the courthouse, and Taylorsville became the commercial and governmental center of the county. The site of the courthouse anchors the southwest corner of the district, and it is highlighted in blue. Side note, it now contains a 1970s building, which you'll see later, but it has always been the site of the county courthouse. It's its fourth courthouse. Commercial activity was tightly concentrated to the north and east of the courthouse. The downtown area is surrounded by residential, religious, and modern commercial buildings, as well as parks and other open spaces that help to define and distinguish the historic downtown district. Resources within the district reflect the 20th century development of the town as frame buildings and residences gave way to a dense, compact development of 1 to 3 story brick commercial buildings. The period of significance begins in 1906 with the construction of the Methodist Episcopal Church, the downtown area's oldest extant building, and it's highlighted in green. The 1906 Gothic Revival style church is the congregation's second building, which replaced an earlier 1880s frame church at this site. An education annex was built in 1956 on the south side of the church, and another large wing was added in 1991, both shown at lower right. Construction picked up in the 1910s as brick buildings replaced earlier frame commercial buildings and houses. The earliest of these is the former Alexander County Jail, built in 1913 and anchoring the southeast end of the district. After the county courthouse built in 1970 incorporated a new jail, the interior of this building was renovated as offices, although jail cells remain on the second story of the addition. Quite a few 1910s commercial buildings remain in the district, as shown here, all built around 1915 and later modernized with replacement storefronts. Most of the rear elevations exhibit some degree of alteration and or deterioration, but remain basically intact. These two buildings, erected in the late 1910s, have very altered storefronts, but are otherwise intact. The corner building, first occupied by People's Drug Store, retains the original cast iron framing of its otherwise altered storefront, which you can see in the center lower picture. Perhaps Taylorsville's most notable 1910s building is the 1915 Bank Building. The building features decorative cornices and large plate glass windows with transoms, some of which have been covered. Construction in the district continued through the 1920s and 1930s, mostly with two-story buildings. These tend to be rather austere, with decoration limited to striated brickwork, and several have had their street side upper windows filled in. But like the one-story buildings shown a moment ago, these two retain largely intact rear elevations. The district's most architecturally distinctive building is the Hotel Campbell, built circa 1924. The district's tallest building at 3 stories, it remains one of downtown's most notable architectural landmarks. There are several 1940s buildings in the district, including these 1- and 2-story concrete block buildings with brick facades on East Main Avenue next to the Hotel Campbell. And this largely intact Pure Oil Station of 1945, which anchors the northeast end of the district. Commercial development continued with the 1956 Roe Campbell building, which is on the top, and this commercial building erected in 1965 on bottom, and the Dr. Walker building of 1968 on Main Avenue Drive. These buildings exhibit the influences of modern district with the use of stacked brick bond, wing walls, and facades largely composed of plate glass windows. 5 buildings on Town Alley, directly behind Main Avenue, are presented in the nomination as subsidiary resources. They were originally associated with buildings on Main Avenue. And there are 6 non-contributing buildings, including these 4. The district's period of significance ends with the construction of the 1970 Alexander County Courthouse, designed by Hickory-based architect James E. Biggs. It is the county's 4th courthouse on this site, having replaced a 1902 building, which is shown at the lower left. The courthouse has an expansive lawn dotted with monuments, some of which are non-contributing because they are less than 50 years old. The locally significant downtown Taylorsville Historic District meets National Register Criterion A in the area of commerce and Criterion C for its generally well-preserved grouping of early to mid-20th century commercial, civic, and religious buildings in the blocks north and east of the Alexander County Courthouse. The period of significance for the district is 1906 to 1970, which captures Taylorsville's important commercial development and is defined by the earliest brick building constructed downtown, the Methodist Episcopal Church, and the latest contributing building in the district, the Alexander County Courthouse. Finally, the nomination includes a statement of archaeological potential, which states that archaeological deposits and remnant landscape features that accumulated in the district from commercial and domestic activities and structural remains which may be present can provide information valuable to the understanding and interpretation of the district. Archaeological investigation could be an important component of the district's significance and therefore should be considered in any future development.
Staff recommends.
Listening.
Okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. Like Rebecca, I will start with an acknowledgement that the images in this presentation were made either by the preparer or by myself, by me. Walker Top Baptist Church is located in Burke County, and it does in fact sit right on top of Walker Mountain. This nomination is primarily the work of a 15-year-old high school student. She made a very good effort and produced a nice first draft that focused exclusively on the building's history. It lacked the historic context and sort of bigger picture look at antebellum church buildings that an experienced preparer would have produced. But for a teenager, and I have one of my own, so I can attest to this, and for someone who's not a professional historian, the work was very good. I helped her with the architectural description and architectural context, and I contributed a few bits of history and genealogy to the document. And I also provided her and her father, who is here with us today, some pretty detailed feedback, including photocopies of portions of books and a question-based outline that should have produced a nomination that's more in line with those you usually review. However, the student, being a high schooler with numerous other academic and extracurricular commitments, was not able to return to the questions I posed in the outline, and her father requested that the nomination go ahead and move forward. With that said, let's find Walker Top on a map. So this is Burke County in the west. And then you can see Walker Top is It's literally on the edge of the South Mountain State Park in southwestern Burke County. And I threw in a topo map so you can get an idea of the terrain. The site includes the church, a long picnic shelter, a cemetery, and mature trees. As I present the church's history, we'll scroll through the pictures of the church and its grounds. Alexander and Clary Deal married around 1811, and they first appeared in the census in Burke County in 1820. Around 1848 or 1849, their daughter Matilda married Joseph Alexander Walker, whose parents had arrived in the area in the 1770s. The young couple purchased land from Matilda's parents. Oral tradition tells us that Joseph Walker donated some of his Deal land for the church and cemetery, but that same tradition consistently provides an 1842 construction date for the building, which would predate Walker's marriage into the Deal family. Due to a courthouse fire, deeds from Burke County in this era don't exist. But the earliest known burials in the cemetery are those of Alexander and Clary Deal. If the church dates to the earlier 1840s, it's more likely it was constructed by the Deal family. If it's a little younger, dating closer to the 1850s, it becomes more likely that Joseph Walker and Matilda Deal Walker built it. In any case, Walker Top Baptist Church derives its significance from its architecture, therefore meeting criteria consideration A, which states that religious buildings can be eligible if their significance arises from architectural distinction. Small one-room log church buildings were probably the county's most common antebellum church building, likely the most common form across the state at that time, but today the building type is rare. The usual progression documented across the state for Protestant congregations was an initial meeting place in a home or a public building or a brush arbor. And then once the congregation was established, they would invest usually in a log building. During the 1850s, years of prosperity for white citizens in North Carolina, right before the Civil War, some congregations constructed new Greek Revival buildings, while some continued meeting in log structures. Then in the late 19th century, when rural and urban white communities experienced another wave of economic prosperity, congregations replaced their log buildings or their frame Greek Revival buildings with frame buildings, usually featuring Gothic Revival elements. During the mid-20th century, these congregations then replaced their frame buildings with brick sanctuaries or covered their frame buildings in brick veneer. Indeed, this is a pattern that Walker Top followed: a log church followed by a frame building, followed by the present Pleasant Ridge Baptist Church, which is a brick building from the mid-20th century. In this progression, most churches tore down their older buildings and placed the new church on or near the same site, but Walker Top's congregants moved entirely to a new location about 4 miles as the crow flies to the northwest. They renamed the congregation Pleasant Ridge and left Walker Top on the mountain. Walker Top Baptist Church's deviation from this pattern, by leaving the old log building rather than replacing it, provides us with a glimpse of what most church buildings in North Carolina looked like at one point in their life cycles. Walker Top Baptist Church retains integrity of location. It retains integrity of feeling, setting, and association as a remote mountaintop church where cold winds and a steep climb to reach it would have kept only the hardiest souls away in the winter, and where a picnic shelter and mature trees welcome members in warmer months. Wide vistas through the trees surrounding the mountaintop remain open. The building retains its integrity of materials, design, and workmanship with original logs, form, fenestration, and pews. The congregation's decision to move and the Walker family's continued dedication to the building as a venue for a yearly family reunion has preserved the church with a remarkably high degree of integrity that allows the building to easily convey its significance as a log mid-19th century church. Staff is not confident that the nomination provides the historic and architectural context that the National Park Service expects. However, staff does feel that the church's architecture rises to the level of significance the register requires. Of course, rarity does not equal significance, but being an example of what was historically a very common building type that is now only very rarely seen, does support the building's architectural significance as a rare example of a once common type. The building has undergone some changes, but its overall integrity is sufficient to convey that historic significance.
Thank you. Would you like to say something?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is Sam Bridges. His daughter is the primary preparer on this.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to come here in your presence today. My daughter having a large role in this, as well as other children and somebody that has gone there during the month of July, which we have done for years. To take an interest in that is quite a inspiration and an uplifting thing for a parent. I wanted to start off with something here that's very important to me. This is in James chapter 4, and it says, whereas you know, what shall you be on tomorrow? For what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time and then vanish away. And I think it's so important to try to take advantage of opportunities that we have or times in our life, because we never know what tomorrow brings. And I try to do that as an individual every day of my life, to try to do something that is constructive. And I praise Ivy for helping to participate. I also brought today my olive branch. For mercy. It was quite a pleasure to speak with Miss Snowden. She's the only one that I had the opportunity to speak to today, except for Miss Woodard. And I enjoyed a lot of days at Currituck fishing with my father, who is now passed on. And a lot of the people from Walker Top Mountain Baptist Church have passed on, but we still enjoy the presence there annually, July and the last around the 21st. I can't remember exactly, but it's generally the second or the last weekend of July. And we still have pastors that come there that are original descendants from the Walker Top. Right now, Rodney Walker is the pastor, and he comes from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He comes every year to for the service, and we just have a delightful, enjoyable time there. And I wanted to mention that as Mr. Cotton, who is a historical researcher, he stated that this log cabin church is a survivor of its time, and maybe only the survivor that's left in Guilford, in North Carolina, and maybe in the US. So I think that's an important fact, that you have these type structures, especially a church, that's still existing today and being used. I feel like that this would be a significant part of history to Burke County, and certainly a milestone. Thank you for your opportunity. I'm very grateful.
You have a comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll add that one of the descendants, the Walkers, probably came from up there, that was married to John Motley Moorhead's daughter, who brought the railroad to the state. So anyway, a lot of history there.
Questions for me? Are you ready to?
Staff's recommendation is.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yep. The staff recommendation is considered as it is.
Staff didn't really have a super clear recommendation. We felt like the nomination might, could be stronger, but the building is certainly significant. And
Are we discussing these individually, or are we waiting until the end?
Well, if you would like to discuss this one.
I just have a comment, which is that I appreciate and respect that someone took the effort in this case to put together a nomination, and I'm actually pleased to see a nomination that's 20 pages or less. It doesn't need to be. I understand and recognize that some nominations require that or benefit from that. In this case, I don't see the need for that. It looks eligible to me. So I don't have any problem with that. And in fact, I'd like to see more nominations from citizens like this and to make the register more accessible to more people. So that's my.
I agree with you, Sean, very much so, and I'm just appreciative of a 15-year-old taking the time, and I know we know how busy they are, but also having that interest and the tenacity to follow through with this kind of a nomination. And I think that it would be so discouraging for it not to go forward. And they'd be discouraged, I would think they would be discouraged with us, saying, putting the stop on it. And I also agree that it's accessible, and that's what we need to promote. And it always can be amended later if other information comes forward.
I'm feeling that the committee would like to go ahead and vote this one. Would you like to have a motion on this one?
I'll move that we proceed with the nomination for the Walker Top Baptist Church.
Have a second? All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. And your daughter, she did a good job.
The thing I'd like to add to that my pastor is a good God Almighty.
I agree. As a person who's written a couple nominations myself and not being in the profession, it is sometimes daunting and for somebody to sit down and take it. And it's good, always good to see somebody bringing one in.
Madam Chair, I can just, I try not to insert myself into these conversations, but I do want to commend the team again for, the care of Sarah that you took with this.
Yes.
And it really, this goes to the heart of what it is that we try to do on a daily basis. And so, to commend your daughter for the work.
Thank you.
Hey, I have two properties to present to you all, and want to note that the photos in these presentations were submitted to us by the preparers of both nominations. So my first is Seven Gables, added to the state study list in 2023. Located in Cleveland County, approximately 2 miles east of downtown Shelby in the Cleveland Park subdivision. Seven Gables is being nominated for its local significance under Criterion C for architecture as a Tudor Revival style residence, distinguished by its scale, sophisticated execution, and setting. The house was designed by Charlotte architect Franklin Gordon and constructed in 1929 for local pharmacist Franklin Ernest Huey and his wife, Dell Wilson Harrison. Franklin was the nephew of Clyde Huey, former North Carolina governor, U.S. senator, and member of the Shelby political dynasty. The house was decimated by fire in 1935, but quickly repaired and rebuilt that same year using the 1929 drawings. Therefore, there are two periods of significance for the house: 1929 dating to its original construction, and 1935 dating to the repair after the fire. This is the front elevation. You will see the property has a very high degree of integrity and features hallmarks of the Tudor Revival style, including the use of brick and half timbering, steeply pitched overlapping gables, diamond pane casement windows, and segmental arch openings. The only later addition is a circa 1970 one-story wing on the right side of the photo. And it should be noted that according to the nomination, current property owners completed a rehabilitation in 2024, and these photos are post-rehabilitation. So here's the rear elevation. And the side elevation, and you can see that 1970s addition toward the left photo, that one-story wing. The interior layout follows the original floor plans. Here are some representative spaces on the first floor. Some features on the inside of the house have a more classical influence. Some additional first floor rooms. And on the second floor. The house compares favorably with the few other Tudor Revival style houses in Shelby, most notably Vauxhall, which has had several additions through the years in service of a restaurant. And all of these additions compromise its integrity. So the front elevation is the top photo, and then the bottom photo shows the rambling additions off the rear. Seven Gables sits on an estate-like 2-acre tract and features a pond and fountain, a garage apartment, and a stable, all dating to 1929 and contributing to the nomination. A fireplace and grill, swimming pool, wall, pump house, and planting bed retaining wall all date to circa 1950 or 1970 and are non-contributing resources. The boundary follows the tax parcel to encompass Seven Gables and all of its associated outbuilding structures and landscape. In sum, Seven Gables is locally significant under criterion C for architecture with a period of significance of 1929 and 1935, and a review by the Office of State Archaeology determined that it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential. And my last property from the Western region is Steps Mill. It was added to the study list back in 1981. Located in Henderson County, in the rural community of Sackanon, approximately 8 miles east of the county seat of Hendersonville, Steps Mill and associated resources are being nominated for local significance under criterion A for industry and social history. The small complex includes a 1913 grist mill, which was enlarged in the 1930s, a circa 1916 concrete dam, the 1913 Sackanon Post Office, which was moved approximately 100 feet southwest to its present location circa 1950, and the circa 1913 Merrill Step House, all of which contribute to the nomination. Steps Mill and its associated resources provided the essential service of food processing and functioned as a social center for the rural community of Sackanon during the first half of the 20th century. Built in 1913 by Benjamin and Alice Step Merrill, the grist mill was utilized by local farmers and, along with the adjacent post office, served as a hub of news and information for rural families. Thomas Dulles Stepp acquired the building from his sister and brother-in-law in 1932, updated and enlarged the mill, and continued to grind corn and grain into the 1950s. The post office closed in 1923 and served as an office for the mill. The Merrills and later the Stepps lived in the house by the mill. The period of significance for Steps Mill begins in 1913 with mill construction and beginning of operations, and ends circa 1955 when regular production ceased at the mill. Let's take a closer look at each resource, starting with the mill. In 1930s, Stepp added a second story, replaced the original wooden water wheel and mill race with a steel race and wheel, and later added an electric turbine. The biggest change postdating the period of significance is the addition of a 1970s stone veneer, but otherwise it remains very intact. Here are some typical views of the interior, which still includes old milling equipment. The reinforced concrete dam was rebuilt after a 1916 flood washed away the original structure. The post office remains intact despite being moved. The only notable change is a circa 1950 replacement picture window on the rear elevation. You can see that in the bottom photograph. Because it was moved within the period of significance and is not the primary resource of the complex, the building does not need to meet the criteria consideration for moved buildings. The last resource is the house, which has had its integrity compromised by the installation of new wood siding in 2005 and wood paneling installed on the interior walls circa 1980. However, it retains its basic form, design, feeling, and association, and therefore is classified as contributing. In 2015, NCDOT replaced the bridge next to the dam, and the road was realigned to shift away from the mill and post office, leaving a gravel road bed in the former right-of-way in front of the mill. While these changes diminished the site's integrity of setting and feeling, the relationship of the grist mill to the dam and creek still maintains the property's significant associations and historic functions. The eligible boundary is shown by the dashed line on the map and includes a less than 1 acre portion of the current 64 acre legal parcel and a portion of the public right-of-way along Step Mill Road to encompass the historically related and intact resources while excluding landscape and resources that have either lost integrity or are not historically associated with the nominated property. In sum, Steps Mill is eligible for listing at the local level under criterion A for industry and social history, with a period of significance spanning 1913 to circa 1955. And a review of the nomination by the Office of State Archaeology determined that it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential.
Any questions?
If I understood correctly, it does include a portion of the public right.
Yes.
Is that necessary within the boundary? It seems a complicating factor.
So if you can see, and I don't know if this mouse works. So you can see where the parcel line on this map kind of cuts through the resource. So we did need to include a portion of the public right away.
Thank you for clarifying.
I hear a motion on 3 nominations from the Western region.
Mine is Walker.
What?
Mine is Walker.
Yes.
I move that we accept staff recommendations and move these forward.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we get to the next region, I just wanted to mention, in case y'all remember, the earlier agenda included a Wilson nomination. The staff has opted to remove that from the presentation to you today because we have heard from the town and they would like some more work to be done on it. So in deference to them, we will work with them and bring it back to you in the future.
Was there a particular reason?
They wanted more history involved and so forth.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So we will defer to them and be working with them.
Going to go to the central and southeastern region.
Right. This is the Sidney Cotton Mill located in Graham in Alamance County. On the left, Graham is circled in the middle of the county, and on the right in the USGS map, the red star marks the mill located almost 1 mile northwest of the Alamance County Courthouse, which is also circled in downtown Graham. Here are 2 aerial views. In the aerial view to the left, the 2 earliest phases of construction are circled in red, and on the right, you see the nomination boundary. Sidney Cotton Mill was built in at least 6 stages from 1886 to circa 1945, illustrating the continuous operation and physical modification of the building through the mid-20th century. The view on the right shows the main facades of those earliest sections. The original portion of the mill is the 1886 weaving building in the foreground with the shorter parapet, and the 1892 addition is to the left. The first building is constructed with load-bearing brick walls, while the 1-story on basement 1892 addition is of slow burn, heavy timber frame construction with load-bearing brick walls. Both units are distinguished by decorative brickwork at the top of their parapets that is typical of the Italianate style. These are views of the 1886 mill. All of the original windows have been replaced by brick infill with glass block windows, but the original openings remain clearly apparent due to the infill having been slightly inset. The interior view shows the 1886 building looking toward the main facade. Here you can see the main facade of the 1892 addition and its long north wall. The 1893 Sanborn map indicates that the addition housed quilling, beaming and warping and twisting operations in the basement and weaving on the main level. Adjacent on the north side is a one-story 1927 machine shop addition. Circa 1907, the mill was greatly enlarged with a two-story on-basement addition, also of slow burn, heavy timber frame construction. On its south side, a prominent three-stage tower, a rare survivor, reoriented the mill toward downtown Graham. Here, most of the openings retain windows, albeit replacements. Some are steel frame windows installed in the 1940s or 1950s, while others are modern vinyl windows. The tower is notable for its survival almost completely intact, having retained its original wood windows and wood fanlight above the entrance. And in the image to the left, you will see the one-story wing that is a circa 1927 stockroom addition. Here is the rear of the mill complex as seen from Washington Street. Here you can also see the projection of the brick firewall. The third-story projection at the corner in the foreground is believed to have held a water tank. Circa 1945, a shed roof wing was built along the south side of the circa 1907 addition. The left photo shows the interior of the 1945 addition, and the right photo shows the 1907 addition with its heavy timber frame construction. And in both photos, you're seeing both sides of that one wall. Sidney Cotton Mill retains integrity of location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. The underutilization of the mill in the late 20th century may have contributed to its high material integrity. The nomination has a statement of archaeological potential, which notes that the archaeological remains might be an important component of the property's significance. And while no investigation has been done to discover these remains, it is likely that they exist and should be considered in any development of the property. Sidney Cotton Mill is eligible for the National Register under Criterion C as a largely intact example of slow burn construction and the Italianate style architecture of industrial complexes of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. As one of the earliest steam-powered mills to be constructed in Alamance County, it is typical of the period's textile mills erected in the North Carolina Piedmont in its construction methods, Italianate-style detailing, and intact three-story tower. The period of significance extends from 1886, the date of the earliest part of the mill, circa 1945, to incorporate its last addition. And staff recommends this for National Register.
Comments?
Great. As we continue, my first presentation today will be on Copeland Fabrics nomination located in Burlington, Alamance County. And for both my National Register nominations, all the photographs and maps are courtesy of the consultant's submission unless otherwise noted. Located in central Piedmont, Copeland Fabrics is located on a peninsula in the Haw River northeast of downtown Burlington. For almost 2 centuries, a mill operated on this site. As early as 1836, a reference to the cotton factory at the high falls of Haw River is noted in the Weekly Raleigh Register. In 1863, the mill was touted as one of the 5 cotton factories in Alamance County. In 1874, the earlier mill suffered from a fire. By 1877, construction appears to have finally begun on the earliest portion of the extant resources. In 1893, it was advertised to have 250 acres, a two-story brick building measuring 50 by 200 feet, a grist mill, a sawmill, and storehouse, and 37 dwellings on an adjacent mill village. This photo is the rendering of Juanita Cotton Mills in 1895. 1904, the mill sold again to a group renaming it Hopedale Cotton Mills. Here in the upper left photo, you can see a portion of the mill village in the background on the far left. And the 1910 mill was purchased by textile executive James Williamson, who renamed it. And on the lower right is a 1919 view with the expansion of the main mill. 1938, it was again for sale, and it was this point that the housing in the mill village was subdivided from the manufacturing plant. In 1941, at the age of 66, J.R. Copeland Sr., with 5 decades of textile industry experience, organized Copeland Fabrics and bought the former Hopedale Mills for operation of rayon. Copeland and his companies operated during periods of great changes in the textile industry, including shift from cotton to synthetics, and Mr. Copeland was on the leading edge of this transition. He started the first 3 rayon throwing machines thought to be among the first in the South at Burlington Mills, where he was superintendent prior to starting Copeland Fabrics. He also installed state-of-the-art Crompton and Knowles looms. An improvement on the loom, the Lino-Motion attachment was developed and perfected and installed in his plant to produce high-quality rayon fabrics at a low production cost, making it profitable to produce. Here you can see the expansions on Sanborn maps from when it was Juanita Mills to Hopedale in the early days of Copeland. And in the last map on the right, you can see finishing plant towards the southeast, and the race has been filled in the northwest at the bridge crossing Stony Creek to the mill village. In 1945, owners and officers of Copeland Fabrics established the Copeland Converting and Finishing Company. In addition to finishing their own fabrics, the operation also provided service to other textile affiliated companies. Soon thereafter, a water treatment plant, which is not in this photo, was constructed in 1950, and it was integral to the expansion, and because copious amounts of water was needed for fabric finishing. At the death of J.R. Copeland in 1955, the son James Copeland Jr. took over management of the companies, including Copeland Fabrics, Copeland Converting and Finishing, and Copeland Fowler Industries. The companies continue to expand lines and diversify beyond shears to upholstery fabric for clothing, and lampshades. The 4th generation ran the company starting in 2004, but by 2018, increasing cost and international trade policies combined to create a dismal profit outlook, and the company closed. The site plan depicts all the continued expansions and buildings used as Copeland Fabrics. So now we're going to look at some of the detailed plans and photos of the current site, starting with the main mill. It contains the oldest portion on the site, including the encapsulated 1887 building, extensions to the southeast in the 19-teens, and the latest 1973 portion on the northwest corner. Here's some photos of the main mill. The photo at the bottom left is the 19-teens expansion to the southeast, past the earlier tower seen in the upper left photo. And photos on the right are views of the later additions along Stony Creek side that further encapsulated the earlier mill building. And these are representative photos of the main mill interior, including the basement, 1st and 2nd floors. The office building is depicted in the site plan number 2. It is located just west of the main mill. All additions to the original 1924 portion are during the Copeland era. The upper left photo is a rooftop view from the main mill looking down towards the earliest 1924 portion of the later 1949 and 1995 2-story portions to the north. You can also see the proximity to the Hall River in the upper left photo in the background. The bottom center photo is looking from the 1952 portion towards the north, and the upper right photo is from the north side of the building's main entrance. Detail plan number 3 is of the warehouse portions and finishing plant located in the southern point of the peninsula where the Hall River and Stony Creek converge. All major additions were during the time of the Copeland Fabrics operation. The top left photo is a rooftop view from the main mill southeast to the expansive finishing plant, and some other exterior views of the west elevation at the bottom and a portion of the northeast elevation at the top right. The 4th detailed plan is of plant number 2, the central part of the building. A weaving room is the oldest portion of the building, constructed in 1969, and the building was expanded to the west in 1980, housing cloth inspection, additional looms, and storage. The building was expanded again to the east in 1990 to create yarn storage area. These are some southwest elevations of the plant number 2, looking west and east. And except for masonry walls dividing the building campaigns, the interior spaces are large open areas with steel support posts. The wooden floors in 1969 section were replaced with poured concrete to accommodate demands of modern high-speed air jet looms. Looking back at the site plan, there are several other resources contributing to the property, and these include the water plant, water towers, medical office, and a power building. Proposed boundary includes all parcels historically associated with Copeland Fabrics operations and has a relatively high degree of all 7 aspects of integrity. The Office of State Archaeology reviewed the nomination and concluded that based on the number of renovations and ground disturbance, it is unlikely that any significant intact archaeological resources remain, and a statement of archaeological potential was not recommended. This roughly outlined red portion of the boundary is within the Alamance County jurisdiction, and the rest of the boundary is within the City of Burlington's jurisdiction. And I'm mentioning this because both entities have local historic preservation commissions and are certified local governments. Therefore, they all were given the opportunity to comment on the nomination, and Burlington City Council, Burlington HPC, and the Alamance County HPC all were in favor of it for listing and that it meets criteria. So in conclusion, Copeland Fabrics is nominated at the local level under criterion A for industry with a period of significance from 1941 through 1973, the date of the last plant expansion that is over 50 years in age. Any questions about that one? I know it's quite a large site. I will continue on. So my second National Register presentation today is the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company Buildings 82 and 83. It is located in Forsyth County, north of downtown Winston-Salem, within an industrial and commercial corridor west of US 52. Building 82, the east warehouse, and 83, the west warehouse, almost completely fill the 2.41 acre parcel. The buildings are connected by a corrugated metal sheathed hyphen at the courtyard center, making it a single contributing building for National Register purposes. A smaller 0.5 acre tract to the west includes an abandoned portion of the Norfolk Southern Railway tracks, which is a contributing structure within the proposed National Register boundary. R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company fueled Winston-Salem's economic prosperity in the 1910s and 20s to become the nation's largest tobacco manufacturer by 1922. Due to spatial constraints in its downtown plant, Reynolds steadily acquired acreage in North Winston-Salem in proximity to the railroad corridor and erected manufacturing and storage facilities and nearby worker housing. Building 82 and 83 were constructed in 1919. to provide tobacco leaf storage just 1.5 miles north of the company's former downtown plant. Buildings 82 and 83 are the earliest identified extant tobacco storage warehouses in the city, constructed per standard company specifications. The one-story warehouses have strong, durable, economical, and fire-resistant structural systems, including concrete foundations, brick end walls, corrugated metal sheathing on heavy timber frame walls, heavy timber frame posts and beams, and concrete floors, which can be seen in the differing colors and symbols in the 1927 Sanborn map. Open interior plans and high ceilings accommodated sizable equipment and tiered storage. And some original features that you'll see in other photos include large skylights, 12/12 double hung windows, sliding metal clad and flat paneled doors, and concrete loading platform that spans Building 83's west elevation. So starting at the southwest corner of Building 83, we'll tour the exterior and counterclockwise around the resource. The west end of the south elevation contains a small one-story flat roof addition constructed between 1919 and 1927 as the office. Beyond the white gate and metal fence is an opening to a courtyard area where the corrugated metal sheathed hyphen connection can be seen to the north, and it's the lower right photo. Continuing around to Building 82 is the east elevation where corrugated metal sheets, the heavy timber frame east walls, wood rafter ends support deep eaves with metal sheath fascia. These are the north elevations of Building 82 and 83. The tall white corrugated metal roll-up doors and adjacent single leaf door were added during the late 20th century. And the courtyard opening between the buildings is more noticeable here than on the south elevation. Again, that's on the bottom right. The west elevation of Building 83, wall steps out 10 feet at 55-foot intervals, resulting in a sawtooth configuration and triangular openings between the concrete loading platform. The loading platform that spans the west elevation, fronting the railroad tracks, facilitated baled tobacco delivery and transfer to downtown processing facilities. The interior of Building 82 and 83 are similar, with most of the warehouse floor remaining open as it was historically. In Building 83's south warehouse section, southwest corner, partial height walls have been erected to create administrative and storage rooms, office break rooms, kitchenette to the south wall. And you can see in the diagram how Building 83, the one at the bottom, becomes progressively wider, moving south along the railroad border. These are some photos of the Building 82 warehouse. Top left and bottom are the south section, and the top right is the north section. And some similar photos. This is Building 83 warehouse. The open plan and a firewall, and the photo on the right is the west wall with openings to the loading platform on the exterior. These are photos of the hyphen between the warehouses. The interior photo is looking north, and the exterior photos are of the same sliding door on the north side. The south end of the hyphen has a similar door and view to the south. And also want to note that the Office of State Archaeology reviewed this nomination and thinks that there is information potential. Therefore, archaeological remains may be an important component of the significance of the property. At this time, no investigation has been done to discover these remains, but it is likely that they exist, and it should be considered in any development of the property. So in sum, the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company Buildings 82 and 83 possesses a high degree of all 7 aspects of integrity and is nominated at the local level under criterion A in the area of industry. The period of significance is 1919 through 1973. And although Reynolds owned the warehouses until 1992, their function after 73 is not of exceptional significance. And I also want to mention this is also within a CLG jurisdiction, and both the City Council and Forsyth County Historic Resources Commission agreed it meets criteria and recommended it for listing.
We go to this section, which are cemeteries. And Jeff, would you do me a favor?
Yes, ma'am.
As I was reading these nominations, I remembered that y'all have said that cemeteries need to meet a little different criteria. Would you just review us for just a minute, just tell us what those are?
They are typically not eligible for the National Register unless certain criteria considerations are met. I will paraphrase, or I can read straight from the bulletin.
So I would prefer to paraphrase.
Basically artistic in nature. If they're associated with the church, like the cemetery is secondary to a church, it doesn't have to meet the criteria consideration. And I think those are the two main things. So without embarrassing her, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Sharon Hope. She was not with us during our introductions, but she is the person that makes this day happen. So thank you, Sharon. And I would also like to mention that Annie McDonald, who prepared this nomination, is with us today. Annie's with Richard Grubb and Associates. The only National Register nomination presentation that I have is for the West End Cemeteries Historic District. It's located in Durham County. Is that right? Durham County. I always get that wrong. How am I advancing without the, sorry, these arrows here? Okay, here we go. All right, sorry about that. So again, this presentation is for the West End Cemeteries Historic District in Durham County. Ms. McDonald selected this moniker for this group of contiguous cemeteries in Durham's West End, and one that promotes diversity and equity among Durhamites of all social, ethnic, these would help, and socioeconomic backgrounds. So located along Moorhead Avenue in Durham, this slide shows the city list boundary in green. And this is an aerial photo showing the same property, but you can just see the vast amount of land that this area covers. Again, you can make out the green boundary. It might be thin from where you all are sitting, but it's where'd that laser pointer go? It's so handy. No? You can kind of make it out here. Plus you can see my snazzy pants. Star represent, this is also, we have Maplewood. It's basically 4 cemeteries. I'll get to this in a minute, but those are all 4 of them as one massive cemetery. So Maplewood Cemetery is the largest of the 4 cemeteries, and Durham's white elites were buried here beginning in 1874. Comprising nearly 24 acres, Maplewood contains many high-style burial types, including mausolea, obelisks, colonnades, figural statuary, and tablets in the Gothic and Classical Revival stylistic expressions. Situated at the southeast corner of the historic district, burials in Durham's Hebrew Cemetery are arranged in a very traditional manner. Narrow plots house upright markers that have English and Hebrew inscriptions, as well as the Star of David. The Henderson Family Cemetery is located adjacent to a stormwater runoff stream, which may be the reason why so many headstones are no longer present in this 1.14 acre family cemetery.
Because of these losses, a stone has been erected and reads Family Cemetery, Historic Henderson Family Cemetery. The earliest interment dates the 1898 burial plot of Dempsey Henderson. And finally is the quarter-acre Fitzgerald Cemetery, which is the smallest in the proposed historic district. Its original size may never be discerned due to the subdivision of land and development and subsequent development on the part of Habitat for Humanity. To counter this, the city contracted New South Associates with a grant from the Historic Preservation Office to conduct ground penetrating radar to determine unmarked burial locations. Although the original burial count is unknown, the ground penetrating radar determined the location of previously unmarked graves next to depressions and the extent to which they extended into Maplewood Cemetery. So in sum, staff concurs with consultants' recommendations. The resource is eligible at the local level of significance under criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage Black, ethnic heritage Jewish, as well as social history. And it's also eligible under criterion C in the area of art. And for those reasons, it meets criteria consideration D, cemeteries. Period of significance begins in 1874 when Maplewood was established and ends in 1941 with the last interment at the Fitzgerald Family Cemetery. I will note that all of the images were provided by RGA and the graphics were provided by our office. And finally, staff consulted with Office of State Archaeology, and it is their professional opinion that this historic property has archaeological potential to yield important information about Black, Jewish, as well as white cultural practices and traditions. And Durham, which is a CLG, provided comments in support of the nomination of this property. Happy to take any questions.
Do you have the statement on your site there that the Durham Historic Preservation provided?
I don't have it in my PowerPoint, but it will go along with the nomination, but I can certainly email it to you if you'd like to see it.
I saw it last night. I just thought it was interesting. 6 of the 9 members of the commission, voted for it. But they said some other things that caught my attention. They said this may be a way of mitigating some of the damages done during the period of Jim Crow segregation and all that, stuff. And they provided a longer statement there than they provided for the next property.
Your family cemetery.
So, yeah.
Archos?
I just wanted to remind everyone, we mentioned CLG. This came out of a certified local government grant too, that our office helped provide. And also some of those discussions that you mentioned, Dr. Denard, were at the beginning of the conception of this project. And that was our hope that there would be some thought regarding all of those issues as a result of this nomination.
Would our guests like to say anything?
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Would y'all like to make a statement or anything? No, you don't have to. I just.
I didn't think exactly what to say. So 2 of the cemeteries I am a little more familiar with, and that is the Fitzgerald Cemetery and the Henderson Cemetery, which were both African-American cemeteries. Because Maplewood, when it was established in the city of Durham, was segregated, not allowing African-Americans to be buried, which is also why Deer Cemetery existed too. Both of those started out as family cemeteries. The Fitzgerald, I think, has significance too, that it was the Fitzgerald family, which is where Polly Mary is a descendant of. They were 3 people of color that came down from Pennsylvania, and they had a large brick yard. And so a lot of buildings in Durham were built by the bricks made by Fitzgerald. The Henderson Cemetery on the other side is from the Henderson family out of the Stagville plantation. So Dempsey Henderson and his wife and family were out of Stackville. Both of these cemeteries started as family cemeteries, but they did become public burial grounds because the community, they supported that community. The headstone you saw with Wesley Henderson, that is the son of Dempsey Henderson. He was married to Sadie Jordan, and that family came out of Stackville also. And a good part of her family are buried in Garrett Cemetery. They were part of the Banks family originally, and which were also early African American landowners up in that part of Durham. And I can't speak to the other two much today.
And I'd like to also say, I mean, Pauli Murray has such national and international significance, and the Pauli Murray home, which is a national landmark, abuts the Maplewood, right? Maplewood Cemetery. So Fitzgerald. The Fitzgerald, but it's, you know, she was related to the family, and if you see that family home, it's right there, and it helps also talk about some of what Dr. Denard was saying of the way racism worked to prevent certain development and to impede. And the Fitzgerald family really worked hard to make sure that that home stayed there and had to work it out with the city in connection to the cemetery because there's there are a lot of problems. I just want to, thank you.
Dr. Murray's comment that she tried to break up that segregated pattern and was somewhat rejected, and all that. So now my other question here, and I gather from your response and all of that, there's some good tapophiles in here. Tapophiles. That word, TAPHOPHILE, is one who has a passion for studying funeral rites and cemeteries in the field.
That's the first time it reminded me of Spiro Agnew, obscure words.
Certainly room for additional documentation to be added to this nomination for sure. And I mean, so recently, really just since, the GPR process just briefly preceded the nomination. So there's a lot of activity going on at the cemetery simultaneously, but good revealing information or exercises.
And Jeff, if Chair Snowden doesn't mind, I just want to acknowledge Michelle McCabe is our grants coordinator. She should be highly credited for seeing this to fruition with our partners in Durham.
Carla from the city. Sorry to see you.
Carla Rosenberg.
So thank you all.
Yes,
Yeah.
we don't normally have cemeteries. That makes it stand out a little bit.
Well, and the next one I could say as a preface to that is also supported with our office with the let me get the acronym right, the Emergency Supplemental Historic Preservation Fund grant, which was our Hurricane Florence and Michael money. And so our staff.
So Sarah, you have an opportunity to say up front, you are tapophile or not.
Yeah, that's a great word.
I think he's just making words up.
It's a great word. Should they retire?
I am not a taphophile, but I want to be one. So this is going to look very, very familiar to you. Those of you who were here for the February meeting saw this as a study list presentation. I do not need to really change much about it. So it is going to look very familiar, and I will kind of move through it at a pace if we can. Again, as with other presentations, images in the presentation were provided by the preparer or were things that I provided. We are still in Durham, and this little squiggly bit of railroad will help you locate yourself here on you can sort of see the railroad going along the bottom there. This is a plat map of the Gear property. And this tract of land that I've highlighted is where the cemetery is. And by the time this map was made, this had been in use as a cemetery for decades. And you can see it with the current parcels over top of it now. In 1872, Durham had opened Maple View Cemetery, which Jeff was just talking about, for its white citizens, but that cemetery prohibited black burials. In 1876, when an 11-year-old black farmhand on the Gear plantation was accidentally dragged to death by a horse, he was buried here. And the following year, in 1877, Frederick and Polly Gear sold this tract of land to three men, John O'Daniel, Nelson Mitchell, and Willis or Willie Moore. This article was published in the Durham Sun in 1897, and it describes a cemetery, a full cemetery, with many wooden markers and only a few stone markers. Today, the cemetery is bounded by houses on three sides and a parking lot on its eastern side. Burials include Durham's most prominent Black citizens, representing business people, educators, and ministers. Many burials are of formerly enslaved people, war veterans, and victims of the 1819 flu pandemic. Many of the families associated with the Gear Cemetery had strong ties to the Hayti neighborhood, which the Durham Freeway obliterated. The cemetery may contain as many as 1,500 burials, with oral traditions suggesting burials on top of one another. Stone and concrete markers are scattered throughout the cemetery, but the vast majority of burials are unmarked and no wooden markers remain. In 1927, the city of Durham opened Beechwood Cemetery for Black burials, and the last burials in Gear Cemetery seem to date from the mid-1940s. Staff recommends listing the Gear Cemetery under criterion A for its association with the broad patterns of history, with broad patterns of our history as a tangible resource representing a Reconstruction era Black community that was, in essence, decimated by road construction and urban renewal in the later part of the 20th century. The cemetery meets criteria consideration D, which states that cemeteries can be eligible if they are significant for an association with history.
Okay. We have.
Did you, Sarah, did you find much information on the existing headstones? I know you said the wooden ones, most of those, they disappeared.
We have the nomination preparer here. Annie, you did this, right?
I worked with Jason. Jason Hart was the principal preparer, and I worked with Jason on this.
Annie, do you know anything about the headstones?
There is a lot of documentation on the Gear Cemetery is one of the most thoroughly researched cemeteries in North Carolina. And the Friends of Gear Cemetery, who received a PNC award last year for the work that they've done, can probably speak to all of the research on the individual headstones, I think a little better than I could.
I have a little difficulty hearing, so I think I can just talk about the wooden headstones. We have not uncovered a wooden headstone. We really think they're gone, but there are a number of examples of the cast concrete or cast headstones, which was also prominent throughout North Carolina. We have found, there was one headstone we found that was done by a carver, and I can't recall his name at the moment, who has carved headstones here in Raleigh Cemetery, and that's the only one. We think there are about 2,000 plus burials that have occurred in that cemetery over time. And so far, we only know of probably a little over 200 headstones. But as we work, we're finding others, we just don't think they're going to be a whole lot more.
And I just wanted to highlight too, I believe there's been a lot of, if you can verify this, there's been a lot of research done at death certificates where you have a death certificate and it states this person was buried in Gear Cemetery, but you don't necessarily have the marker to go along with it, but there's a tracking mechanism.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's like I said, we think there's at least over 2,000 burials, and the list that we gathered came from death certificates, but they weren't started till 1908. The list from the WPA surveys done in the 1930s, newspaper articles, we have found additional ones. And so that's how the list has been compiled. That cemetery had been gone by have been called different names throughout history. East Cemetery in the newspaper gets called a lot the City Colored Cemetery. Somewhere in the early mid-1900s, it's got it settled on Gear Cemetery. And we don't know why that name. The deed that was mentioned in the presentation was the first deed that we've seen for that particular part of land that was purchased from Frederick Gear, that was part of the Gear farm. But we think there was some kind of organization, because the deed does say Secretary Treasurer. And there were 2 additional deeds that we found making it into about the 4-acre tract that we are aware of it is today. But that cemetery remains a very prominent, very invisible laborers. The father of James E. Shepherd, founder of NCCU, was buried there. The founder of White Rock Baptist Church, the founder of St. Joseph AME Church, which are cornerstone churches, and they are buried in there. The wife of the founder of St. Joseph AME's Church has a narrative in the Library of Congress and the WPA slave narratives. And so that's another person who came up with Stagville. So there are just a whole gamut of people, and we do spend time doing the genealogy and the stories of the people.
And what?
And I need to.
And I can keep.
Happy to know what you said.
And if I can make one comment here, I've been kind of, doing some work on cemeteries, African-American cemeteries, and looking at European cemeteries, the headstones especially. The headstones for a lot of European cemeteries, they have headstones that are more descriptive. You can get information there on how to bake chocolate chip cookies. And then, there's one that read, say, I made some good deals, I made some bad deals. But in this one, I really went in the hole. Well, you don't see that. You don't see that kind of stuff in African-American cemeteries. I haven't seen it like that.
It's hard, Mark, because we have discovered a couple of what we think might be grave goods. But over time, and because, there's been activity where not everybody who's gone in there to help preserve it have been very careful with what they found. I know we've lost our chance.
All right, let's bring us 5 nominations from the Central and Southeastern region. Do I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I heard Mr. Opperman and Dr. Denard. I heard 2 people. Dr. Brother. Dr. Brother's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now I go to the Eastern region.
Where's my mouse? There's my mouse.
You're gonna have to tell me where you found the chocolate chip cookies. I think you're just messing.
That's so funny.
All right, I have 2 National Register nominations for you from the East. Try and keep it quick. I know we've all been sitting for a while. So the first one is the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association Warehouse. It's located in Nashville in Nash County. And it's situated in an industrial area along the railroad line there. Okay. The warehouse is constructed in 1922 by the Tobacco Grower Cooperative Association, an agricultural co-op founded in 1920. The cooperative united farmers in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina within a single large organization in an effort to challenge the prevailing warehouse auction system and undermine the monopoly held by several large buyers in the tobacco industry. In 1920, when it was founded, the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association held 64,000 contracts representing an estimated 57% of the 1921 harvest. So they were quite prolific when they first started. The cooperative grew quickly. Due to resistance from large warehouse operations, the cooperative focused on smaller markets, which were closer to growers. The strategy also allowed them to avoid big city centers, which were dominated by large tobacco corporations. The association contract permitted the operation of warehouses in any community where 100 and more co-op members petitioned for its lease or construction. These warehouses were run as nonprofit entities, built and supported by the fees collected by the members they served. By the summer of 1922, the cooperative had bought, leased, or contracted to build 214 tobacco warehouses across the tri-state region. These smaller warehouses threatened to decentralize the regional tobacco industry, and their impact became a point of contention with larger tobacco corporations. And this is a map from a USDA circular that was published in 1929 showing the geographical territory of the co-op and the location of all of their warehouses. And just to say that all of the pictures in this were either submitted by the consultant unless otherwise indicated. In 1922, the local newspaper, the Nashville Graphic, reported that a group of citizens met in the mayor's office in Nashville to discuss the prospect of building a tobacco warehouse to receive the cooperative's annual harvest. By May, the movement had succeeded, and the site was selected along the rail line at Barnes and Depot Streets. In 1922, W.B. Batchelor and Company was contracted to construct the Nashville Tobacco Warehouse. By mid-September, advertising notices in local newspapers like this one alerted farmers that the warehouse was open for deliveries. The Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association collapsed just as quickly as it grew. Multiple factors contributed to its failure, including opposition from non-member farmers, buyers, and warehousers, resistance from business interests in larger cities and towns, poor management, high operations costs, negative editorials in agricultural journals, boycotts by the Imperial and American tobacco companies, and rumors of self-dealing. From February to June 1926, several plaintiffs filed legal actions to dissolve the cooperative. Chiefly made up of established tobacco interests and contract violators, this group began a whisper campaign across several publications, sowing seeds of doubt about the cooperative, which were echoed in their legal filings. The cooperative and its supporters launched a counteroffensive to paid advertisements in local newspapers rebutting the detractors' claims, but they were ultimately unsuccessful. On June 19th, 1926, the court ruled against the cooperative and the association went into receivership. The receivers sold the cooperative's warehouses and liquidated its other assets to pay their creditors. And this is actually the interior of a warehouse in Greenville, but the warehouse would have looked fairly similar, just smaller. With the demise of the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association and its related companies, the Nashville warehouse functioned temporarily as a cotton storage facility. On May 12th, 1927, the warehouse was sold to G.M. Strickland for $6,500. Mr. Strickland owned the Nashville Building Supply Company, which he moved into the warehouse and later to the buildings on adjacent properties. And you can see that here. The warehouse is the big building on the corner. The supply company and its real estate passed to several owners before the business closed in 2021. The warehouse was then sold to its current owner, Hurt LLC, who is redeveloping the property for retail units. So now I'm going to take you on a quick tour of the warehouse, starting with the exterior. This is the facade and rear elevations, which both have these pretty much identical stepped brick parapets. You can see on the far left-hand side of the facade, there is a loading bay door that was expanded by the supply company. So that one has been altered. And then there's two additional doors here on this rear elevation in the bottom right-hand corner that were added as part of the renovations. This is a view of the side elevations. The loading bay doors have been replaced with aluminum commercial door units. And the windows have also been replaced with windows that are compatible with period windows. The windows that were in the warehouse before were not original to the building. They were added by the building supply company. And the original doors are retained along the interior of the building as well. This is the interior of the building. As I mentioned earlier, it is currently undergoing renovations to be retail space. And, historically, this would have been one large open area. And even though it's been divided up into individual storefronts, the central aisle has been retained as well as the ceiling heights throughout. And also the extensive use of glass in all of the storefronts really maintains a sense of open space. This is the view of two of the retail units. You can see the original doors, the sliding doors here. Those are the original loading bay doors, which were kept along the interior of the building. The wood floors, exposed brick walls, as well as the exposed truss system and large columns are also visible and original to the building, as well as the skylights. There are three open sheds that are associated with the property as well. These are behind the warehouse. These were built between 1983 and 2005, and they are non-contributing resources. So in summary, the Tobacco Growers Cooperative Association warehouse is locally significant under criterion A in the area of agriculture for its association with a brief but powerful movement to change the tobacco buying process in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina in the 1920s. Although it has undergone interior and exterior renovations, the building retains its historic form, materials, and character-defining features that identify it as an early 20th century tobacco warehouse and associate it with the Cooperative Association's period of occupation. The once open interior has been subdivided into individual retail spaces, but the renovations have retained the warehouse's central aisle, high ceilings, and sense of space. The period of significance for this property extends from 1922 when it was constructed to 1927 when it was sold to the Building Supply Company. And the National Register boundary, which you can see here in yellow, includes the entire 1.31 acre parcel. So that is the National Warehouse. Oh, we received a statement from the Office of State Archaeology. They felt that the property did not have any archaeological potential due to disturbances. And any questions about that one? Comments, concerns?
What's the last one?
Great. All right, the last one is Elizabeth City Cotton Mills. This is in Elizabeth City in Pasquotank County. And let's see, the Elizabeth City Cotton Mills is located in an industrial area adjacent to the railroad. This is originally the outskirts of town. As you can see, there's a lot of development, residential and commercial in adjacent areas now. Elizabeth City Cotton Mills was organized in July 1895 by 11 stockholders and Charles Hall Robinson, the first president of the company. The creation of the mill was part of a larger industrial boom in Elizabeth City at the time, much of which was driven by the opening of the Elizabeth City and Norfolk Railroad in 1881. The site for Elizabeth City Cotton Mills along North Hughes Boulevard was selected in August 1895 and construction began soon thereafter. The 1896 Sanborn map, which you can see here, shows the mill as being built. The mill contained a spinning and carding room, a picker room, an engine room, boiler house, and a 90-foot brick chimney. Directly to the east of the mill is the first cotton warehouse, which is no longer extant. The mill was in operation by 1897, and by 1898, the mill was expanded and a second cotton warehouse was constructed on the east side of the original warehouse. Business was booming, and even with 80 employees running double shifts, the mill could not keep up with orders. By 1902, the workforce had grown to 130 employees. The mill still needed to hire additional employees in order to meet demand. And this is the 1902 Sanborn map. You can see the extension, the 1898 extension, kind of on the left side of the building there, and the additional cotton warehouse on the right side of the original cotton warehouse. So it's slowly growing. Around 1918, Elizabeth City Cotton Mills began offering cotton storage to individuals. As a result, the mill was expanded and several new cotton warehouses were constructed on the property. By 1908, a third warehouse had been constructed, and by 1914, a shipping room was added to the rear of the building, and an office tower was constructed along the front of the mill. By 1923, 2 additional warehouses have been built, each twice the size of the original 3 warehouses. And in 1931, a third large storage warehouse was added. So this is a development map submitted by the consultant with the nomination. You can see kind of the evolution of the building over time from 1896 all the way up until 1998, which is the last time a building was built on the property. The cotton warehouses are here on the right-hand side. You can see they've really evolved over time. Each of the colors corresponds to a different time period. This is very helpful in understanding how this very complicated building expanded over time. The main section of the mill is marked with the letter A there. It's in the dark gray. And then there's later expansions as well. You can just see all the different periods of time. The onset of the Great Depression greatly impacted operations at the mill. Beginning in 1930, work stoppages and mill closings became regular occurrences. In December of 1930, the mill closed on Christmas Eve Day, forcing approximately 100 employees out of work, which constituted about 25% of the city's unemployment at the time. In May 1933, the mill reopened after being closed for most of the previous 2 years, but continued to struggle throughout the 1930s. The industrial boom brought on by World War II helped to restore the mill to regular operations. The mill continued to produce cotton yarn for weaving, as it had done for centuries or for decades. And during the war, the yarn was used to make cotton tapes, bandages, and upholstery products. And this is actually a World War I advertisement that they placed. After World War II, the mill entered the modern era, and the facility, which had been converted from coal-driven steam to electricity in 1940, was air conditioned for the first time in 1965, which resulted in the enclosure of the exterior windows. New machinery, lighting, and air scrubbers soon followed, and in the 1980s, a front office addition was constructed along the facade of the building for administrative staff. And you can see that next to the office tower on the right-hand side there. The facility continued to produce cotton yarn, most of which was used for upholstery fabric until it closed in 2008. By the time of its closing, Elizabeth City Cotton Mills had produced essentially the same cotton yarn in the same location for more than a century. And now we're going to look at a map. Again, it's a big site. It's situated on 8.58 acres and consists of 15 resources. In addition to the main mill building and the cotton storage warehouses, you can see there's a bunch of auxiliary buildings behind that. 6 of the resources, including the main factory and the cotton warehouse, as well as a pump house, a shook storage building, a water tower, and its associated pump house are all contributing resources. And the remaining resources are non-contributing due to their age. And the National Register boundary, you can see it there, includes the entire parcel. So now I'll take you on a quick tour of the building, starting with the main mill. This is the facade. You can see the office tower here in the front. These are the side elevations, both of which have a 1990s addition on them. This is the rear elevation in the large photo on the left, and then the upper right-hand photo, you can see the boiler room and engine room. Pump house number 7 is the little gable roof building there next to the engine room on the left-hand photo. And then behind it, that kind of metal-looking structure, that's a cooling pump and electric structure of some sort, and that's non-contributing, but the pump house is a contributing resource. This is the interior of the original 1896 section and the 1902 section. You can see encapsulated windows, those look into the 50s edition. And this is within that 50s edition. Again, you can see these encapsulated windows. These are in the original 1896 section of the building. So those are all still there. And then the bottom 2 photos are the interior of the engine room and the boiler room. This is the interior of the 1908 office tower, which has a lot of records and papers. It's like they just picked up and left. Even the engine room was like that when we went in. It was just everything was still in place, even like the spare parts. This is the exterior of the cotton warehouse section. So as I said, the original 1896 warehouse was demolished. All of the rest of the warehouses remain intact. This is the facade and the rear elevations. And then the interior of 2 of the warehouses just as representatives. The concrete ramp you can see in the upper right-hand photo is a non-contributing structure. And then the 2 white buildings in the upper left-hand photo are valve houses. Those are also non-contributing. This is the shook storage building, which is a contributing building. And then the water tower and its associated pump house, which are both contributing. And some non-contributing buildings for you, power building and transformers, a warehouse, and a fuel tank for contributing resources, non-contributing resources. Okay. In summary, Elizabeth City Cotton Mills is locally significant under criterion A in the area of industry for its prominent role in the local economy and is the last remaining large 19th century industrial complex in Elizabeth City. Apart from the mill, few buildings remain to represent the late 19th and early 20th century industrial boom in Elizabeth City. While the mill complex has undergone some alterations, including the loss of the original 1896 section of the cotton warehouse and construction of modern buildings and structures, overall the mill retains a good degree of integrity. Additions to the main mill building largely fall within the period of significance, and those that do not exhibit consistent design elements such as brick exterior walls and low or flat roofs. The main mill building retains historic finishes, including wood floors, exposed masonry walls, and exposed ceiling structures. Similarly, the cotton warehouses, despite the addition of replacement siding and doors, retain the majority of their historic materials and features. The period of significance for this property extends from 1896, when the initial period of construction began, all the way to 1967, which includes the last significant additions to the building. The National Register boundary, as I said earlier, includes the entire 8.58 acre parcel. And we did not, I wanted to note, this isn't a CLG territory. Elizabeth City is a CLG, but due to staff turnover, we did not receive a comment before this meeting.
Any questions? All right, so I have a motion on the Eastern Region.
I move to.
Yeah, Dr. Nard, second.
I'll second.
Yeah, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Well, you finished the National Register. Appreciate you hanging in there with me. We have 20 study lists. And so your lunch is here. So, we'll take us, it was 11:45. 11:45, I'll give you.
15 minutes.
30 minutes, we'll give you 30.
Okay, so reconvene at 12:15?
Well, let's say 12:30. I'll give you a little bit more. I don't want to run you down too much. Okay,
So 12:30.
12:30.
We will know that.
You like that word down, I thought. I want to send it to you.
Yeah, you too. This thing's going on.
Chocolate chip. Which cemetery?
Yes. Yeah, it's all good though, it's all.
I'll start it. I'm just giving you a hard time. Like, you always come up with these super specialized Kappa files.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see this.
I appreciate it. I was enjoying it. Very cool. Very cool. And I was glad to see them. It's nice to see, like we've got the little one in Raleigh, the Oberlin Cemetery, which has just been decimated over time, but similar to this group. Kind of retrieve the stories that have been lost.
Especially now we found a lot of African. They're called African. And when we bury our dead. Whether, over time, that is huge. But we don't, we just say at rest, something, something like that. We don't tell a part of who we are, being that. So these folks have a way of living on, passing, that information.
So in all your research, do you know anything about Thomas Day? Have you ever dug into him?
Yeah.
We are just starting to work on his shop. Yeah, so like I know Joe Limonsaul, you know Joe, right? Joe Limonsaul from UNC Greensboro. She's retired. So she's an architect. And she did a lot of work on him. So I'm just kind of asking around to see if anybody's got any interest in bits of on him. Beautiful furniture, but just the life he lived, like almost having to lead two different lives.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
earlier, we were talking about some things historically, and I don't know about them because I get my news out of Virginia. And I get my TV out of Virginia and my newspaper. And so it's very, very unusual for me to know much about what's going on unless I make a special effort. So this gives me an opportunity to find out what is going on throughout the state. And I'll be honest, I've stolen a lot of y'all's ideas and brought them back to the coast to use them. I always say that I am definitely a North Carolinian because my life is in three parts. I was raised in the Piedmont. I got my education in the mountains, and I never thought I would spend 60-some years on the coast. When I went there for 3 years before graduate school. But you sometimes end up where you end up where you should be. And I will tell you one other story. What got me started in history was read an article that said that Currituck was old and settled before Charlotte had its first building. And I said, now, wait a minute, my ancestors settled Charlotte. That can't be true. So I set out to prove them wrong. I was wrong.
Okay. Thank you.
I think this is my third term as well on the council, so I've thoroughly enjoyed it. So glad to be able to see the Broadell project come to fruition, which has created a lot of synergy in Fayetteville and Cumberland County. So you're not getting rid of me completely. And of course, I'll still be working with you all with the work that I do within the department too. Actually, Sarah and I are working on some educational initiatives to go around the state so we can expand the work that's being done here.
And thank you both. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
Always paperwork. Have you signed? Have you turned in?
No.
Please do.
And the lady in the back, she will help you along here.
Okay, let's go with the study list. We have 20.
While I'm getting all set up, I do want to introduce Jenny Burnham. Oh, she's our new, title exactly. Office manager. Office manager in the Eastern Office. I think you need to remember Stan down there. He's new Stan. No, I've been in this position for 4 or 5 years now, and I'm still the new Claudia. I sounds quite the legend. Yeah. Fine.
So I want to preface my presentation by saying that all photographs in the following study list presentation for each region were submitted to our office by the applicants unless otherwise noted. So this is the Malvern Hills Park and Pool, located in Buncombe County in the West Asheville neighborhood of Malvern Hills, indicated here by the red arrow. This 8.3 acre park was included in the original 1920s plat map for Horny Heights and opened in 1922. Malvern Hills Pool and Bathhouse were built with New Deal funds between 1934 and 36. Pool construction began in 1934 with Civil Works Administration funds and was completed in 1935 with Emergency Relief Administration funds. The entire complex, including the bathhouse, tennis courts, and landscaping, were completed with Works Progress Administration funds in 1936 and opened that same year, becoming a popular recreation spot for the city's white residents. When Malvern Hills Pool opened to the public, it was one of 2 city pools that served Asheville's white population. The other was Recreation Park Pool on the east side of Asheville, which opened in 1925. The city's only pool for Black residents, Walton Street Pool, which was listed in the National Register in 2023, opened in 1949. Recreation Park Pool closed in 1956 rather than desegregate, and the city built a new pool at Recreation Park in 1970. So today, Malvern Hills Pool is the oldest remaining public pool in Asheville. Although this year, the city announced its indefinite closure due to necessary repairs. So let's look at the resources as they are today. The pool, let's see. Okay, the pool, the bathhouse, and then there's a pump house down here. So this is the bathhouse. It's overall has very good exterior integrity. It has these really neat kind of whimsical patterns and letters that interrupt the brick bond pattern. And this is the back of the bathhouse and part of the pool. And another angle showing the entire pool. So previous survey materials on the property indicate that the interior of the bathhouse was updated with new ceramic tile walls and locker room fixtures and features in the mid-1970s, and the Walton Street pool bathhouse features the same finishes. This is the pump house, which shares that same decorative brick design that you see in the bathhouse. But it does not appear on the 1950 Sanborn, so the date of construction is currently unknown. The rest of the park includes more walking paths, a tennis court, pavilion, and playground of unknown date, but they do not appear to be historic. However, staff believes a future National Register boundary should be drawn to encompass the historic extent of the park. So staff recommends adding Malvern Hills Park and Pool to the study list, likely significant under criterion A in the areas of entertainment and recreation. The next property from the west is the Aiken Axley Davidson house, and all photos in this presentation were taken by me on a site visit. It's located in Cherokee County, in the county seat of Murphy, and the location of the house is shown by the red arrow. The 1981 Cherokee County Architectural Survey publication identified the house as the best representative of the town dwelling from the period between the end of the Civil War and the arrival of the railroad. The house was originally built circa 1874 by Robert Aiken, and according to the applicant, Aiken enlisted in the Confederate Army under the Thomas Legion, which was a regiment of Cherokee and white soldiers organized by William Holland Thomas, a state legislator, attorney, and the only white person to be chief of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. Captain Aiken commanded troops at the Battle of Hanging Dog, where they defeated the Union Army. Upon Aiken's death in 1904, the house passed to his daughter, Nellie Mae, and her husband, John William Axley. Nellie Mae operated the house as a tourist home until her death in 1954, when the house passed to her daughter, Kathleen Olive, a prominent local educator, and her husband, John Allen Davidson, a World War II veteran and Veteran Service District Officer of several Western counties, and their son, Jan Davidson, who served as the director of the John C. Campbell Folk School from 1992 to 2017, is the current owner and applicant. So this has been in his family for generations. While the house does retain some historic character, it has had several updates through the years. On the front elevation, the porch supports are 1920s street lamps that were retrofitted sometime in the mid-century to replace earlier columns, as you can see in that documentary photograph. The main block of the house has had several rear additions. The one-story shed-roofed wing on the is a mid-century bathroom. The two-story rear gabled L may have predated the front portion of the house, but now features a kitchen on the first floor and bedrooms on the second floor. And then between the two additions is a screen porch, and then an upper enclosed porch and a bathroom. So here's a sketch floor plan of the first floor. Originally, the house had a center hall plan, but the west but the wall west of the entrance was removed sometime in the mid-20th century. So here are those two front rooms. The green living room is where that wall was removed and the staircase has been altered. Most fireplace mantles have been removed or replaced over time throughout the house. So in that pink peachy colored room, you can see the caps where the fireplace used to be, and then the mantle in the green room has been replaced, probably mid-century as well. And then this is the bathroom addition and the screen porch. And the dining room and the kitchen. And then the upstairs front and rear hallways. The front hallway has the wood paneling. Several of the spaces upstairs have had added wood paneling and closets. So here's a representative photographs of those upstairs bedrooms. There is an early mantelpiece in that top right photo, but otherwise the mantelpieces have been either removed or altered. So unfortunately, due to the many alterations to the interior plan and finishes, staff does not find the Aiken Axley Davidson house to be a good candidate for the study list. And my last property is the Champion Fiber Company Mill. Located in Haywood County, this enormous complex covers approximately 185 acres in the heart of Canton. And that complex is outlined there in yellow. The Canton Main Street Historic District, listed in 2005, lies southeast of the mill complex and includes the mill office at the north end of the district. At the time of listing, the rest of the mill complex was not considered for inclusion because there was a high concentration of buildings and additions that were not yet 50 years old. The company was founded as the pulp mill for Hamilton, Ohio-based Champion Coated Paper Company. President Peter G. Thompson selected the mountain town of Canton for this mill due to the area's extensive timberlands, access to the Pigeon River as a water source, and the rail lines. Thompson appointed his son-in-law, Reuben B. Robertson, to oversee construction of the mill and serve as the general manager upon its opening in January of 1908. Production boomed, new machinery was added, and the building complex grew to match demands. So a few highlights. In the 1920s, Champion installed the first of its paper machines and the first book paper mill in the South. In the 1930s, Champion's chemists developed a process to produce white printing paper from bleached pine pulp, making it the first in the country to do so. In 1935, the company installed the world's largest book paper machine. In 1960, the plant pioneered a method for polyethylene coated paperboard, which was quickly adopted by the dairy industry as the standard packaging for milk cartons. And there are many more achievements and accomplishments by this particular company through its years of operation. The company's impact and investment on the growth of Canton and Haywood County cannot be overstated. The mill built housing, supplemented the town's infrastructure by paving streets, adding water and sewer lines, and public transportation. The company built and funded a YMCA building, which served as an important community center, as well as a youth summer camp called Camp Hope. Under Robertson's leadership, first as the general manager and then as the company president from 1946 through 1950, a number of policies were implemented to encourage employee loyalty, including shorter workdays, wage incentives, and benefits. Robertson's son, Reuben Robertson Jr., became president in 1950, but died in a traffic accident in 1960, marking the end of an era of Thompson and Robertson control. The company remained successful through many subsequent mergers and consolidations, And by 1999, employees purchased the mill and renamed it Blue Ridge Paper Company. Before its closing in 2023, it was owned by Pactiv Evergreen, and in recent news, there are plans to sell the complex for redevelopment. So due to limited access to the site, the study list application did not provide a comprehensive look at the complex, but staff believes we have enough information to make a study list recommendation. The focus of the application is on the historic core of the complex in the section marked by the yellow star on this map. The red outlined area to the north was historically the filter plant, and to the west was the lumber yard. And it's unknown what historic resources remain in these areas, and a future nomination would need to address this. According to the site plan provided by the applicant, much of the complex in this area is more than 50 years of age. So I'll give you a tour, moving along this plan from right to left, showing representative photos of the complex. And this is not an exhaustive look at the complex, but meant to give an overview of the historic character that remains. And there's still a lot to untangle about the development history of this complex in a future nomination. So this is the 1918 office building that is currently listed as part of the Main Street Historic District. And it remains very intact, both on the interior and exterior. This is the 1932 finishing department and circa 1965 personnel entrance. You can see that personnel entrance here on the photograph. This is the inside of the 1932 finishing department. There are several circa 1965 additions to the north end of the complex. A boiler house and pump generator house. The date of this is unknown at this point. Circa 1950 cafeteria, which is on the, sorry about that. This blonde brick building here. And then a circa 1930 foundry, which is this building here. A circa 1930 machine and carpenter shop. One of the earliest buildings that still remains is a circa 1907 repair shop. Circa 1960 office, that's the top two photographs. And a circa 1907 chipping and barking building down in the bottom left. And then beyond the buildings that I've showed you, there's really just a maze of buildings and structures at the northwest of the complex. And construction dates and purposes have not yet been determined. The applicant believes that a good portion of the structures are newer, 1990s and after, and have been added or upgraded to address environmental and pollution concerns. So air scrubbers, emission control systems, and filtration systems, et cetera. Staff recommends adding the Champion Fiber Company mill to the state study list, likely significant under criterion A in the area of industry, as Haywood County's most important manufacturing concern of the 20th century. It may also be significant under criterion B for its association with the productive life of Reuben B. Robertson. That's all I have for you.
What is your recommendation?
With regard to Cherokee County, they can actually pay it sometimes.
Yes.
You said on the basis of what's been done to that. So does that mean this property could not come back to the status? Is it gone forever?
For the Aiken Axley Davidson house.
Based on what you said, I mean, they had too many additions to destroy the integrity of it. But there are some properties now that may come back, you know, I mean, you can reevaluate them or something can change, you know. But once you look at a property like this and say that, well, too much has been done to damage the integrity, the historical integrity of the place, so we're done with it.
I suppose, you know, if more information comes to light that would cause us to look at it in a different way, you know, potentially if that tourist home history, if that was found to be significant, if we had more information about that, then that's a possible, you know, avenue. But so I guess properties can always come back to us if there's more information that comes to light.
And to amplify what Hannah's saying, I think the significance and integrity, they always work together. The question is, what story is it that you're trying to tell through the property, or is the property able to convey? And so maybe there are other stories that were not presented to us, or even just the passage of time may help develop other stories.
Certainly.
So never say never.
I suppose so.
What is the committee's?
Say,
I
I
so move.
was gonna move, okay, I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Go with staff recommendation. Okay, Central and Southeastern Region.
Hey. All right, moving on to the next reason. My first study list presentation is the Dark Branch Community Historic District. And for this presentation, I took all the photos during a site visit unless otherwise noted. Situated between Wilmington and Southport, the Dark Branch community is on the Brunswick County side of the Cape Fear River. The post-emancipation settlement community, known as Dark Branch, was founded in the area of 4 former rice plantations: Orton, Kendall, Lilliput, and Pleasant Oaks. Their approximate locations are located with the yellow arrows. Some of the current residents can trace their descendants back to the former enslaved people of the plantations and to West Africa. In 1873, Robert Hooper Clark, who was born on Lilliput Plantation, purchased 19 acres of land for $57 from W.C. Curtis, owner of Lilliput. Tom Clark purchased land, and also Frank Brown purchased 128 acres in April of 1873. Notice how Dr. Johnson squinting her eyes. This is hard to read. I tried to get it darker, but obviously with the penmanship back then, I could make out enough for it to say $57 and who it was to and from. And that was given to me by the applicant. In 1880, several others and family members moved to the area. Some purchased land from Brown and Clark. And by the turn of the 20th century, it was a hub of farms, homes, and businesses. Here's a 1906 post office map that listed Dark Branch as a neighborhood with 200 people. And all those lines and arrows were already on there. I guess it's showing like routes or something like that. And you can see there's Kendall Chapel is the little church there with the cross right at the middle. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Here's a USDA map from 1938 compared to the 2022 Esri aerial. The Cape Fear River can be seen at the east on the right, and Lilliput Creek is to the south. And though much of the farmland is now a lush wooded area, it's still a small rural community. So today the area is roughly defined by smaller parcels surrounded by larger ones, mostly owned by Orton Plantation Holdings, and one large piece to the east by Lilliput Interest. And both those entities are owned by the current Orton Plantation owner. This map was created by the applicant, and points of interest include Brown Cemetery, it's the furthest north point, and Kendall Chapel AME Church at the center. Several of these resources are potentially contributing to the rural historic district. River Road, or Highway 133, is the main thoroughfare through Dark Branch community. And for several miles approaching from the north and a couple of miles approaching from the south, there are only trees and power lines along the 2-lane highway depicted on the left side of your screen. And as you come into the community, you start to see driveways, mailboxes, cut lawns, and homes set back from the street. So now we'll look at some of the extant resources in the community. Kendall Chapel Community Center and a barn along River Road were identified during a 2010 county survey. And in 2024, the photos were taken just last month. The former community store, which is on the top ones, it's almost now completely obstructed by the road vegetation. So it was really hard to get a good picture of it. We were like struggling through the trees there. And the barn looks to be in a more open field today. So it's kind of flip-flopped. The central hub of the community is Kendall Chapel AME Church. It was founded in 1882 on the former Kendall Plantation property. The former church was moved to this site, and the current building was constructed in 1979. The bell is from the original church building. And these are some of the typical historic house forms in Dark Branch, and some are vacant while others are used as storage, and some are currently residents. So there's a mixture. Some of the resources were moved from Marsh Branch, which was a similar post-emancipation settlement in the former Orton Plantation land. It was dismantled in 1950 when Sunny Point Military Ocean Terminal was constructed. And so the former community center and a number of the other buildings were relocated from Marsh Branch to this community. Still, some other houses may be non-contributing, and there are several mobile homes in the community. Some other no longer extant resources included Smokey Clark's juke joint, which was diagonally across from the church at this location. A school, which was on the church grounds, is no longer there, and a Masonic lodge. The historic site includes a Brown Cemetery established in 1919, yet the oldest headstone is from Frank Brown, who I spoke about earlier, purchasing a lot of the land. It's dated to 1916, and Brown gave land to the community, and so the cemetery is still in use today. You can see that it's still, currently visited a lot. And I spoke with or contacted Melissa Timo, the historic cemetery specialist with the Office of State Archaeology. And she stated that I think this would be really interesting archaeological study. There's a lot of evidence that the transition between enslavement and post-emancipation was gradual for many communities. It would be very interesting to see the material culture reveals about the process. For example, how newly acquired purchasing power helps us understand personal choices, measure personal and community success, and the evolution of the local culture and law in light of their new status. And she also notes that from a cemetery standpoint, that we have evidence in North Carolina that pre-emancipation cemeteries are often used for a decade or more before the establishment of African-American churches and their cemeteries. Archaeological investigation of the cemetery, comparing it to ones at Orton Plantation, would help understand patterns of use, family groupings, cultural exchange, cultural traditions, and more. So the Dark Branch community is very similar to the Phillips Community Historic District, which was listed in September of 2023. This was near Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, just across from Charleston. The nomination had a lot of documentation and historic maps and photographs, and it was listed for its significance in community planning and development, ethnic heritage, Black, and social history. So also like the Phillips community, Dark Branch is within the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor, which is a national heritage area that runs up the southeast coast. The Gullah Geechee people are descendants of Africans who were enslaved in the rice, indigo, and Sea Island cotton plantations of the lower Atlantic coast. The nature of the settlements in the isolated islands really played into the deep African retentions of their culture and clearly visible in the Gullah Geechee people distinctive arts, crafts, foodways, music, and language. And there's a lot of research on this, honestly, a lot more that can be said about the Gullah Geechee culture. But I just wanted to touch on that and make sure that we knew that that was part of this history potentially as well. So staff recommends the Dark Branch Community Historic District as a good candidate for the state study list with potential under criterion A in the areas of social history and ethnic heritage Black, and criterion D in the area of archaeology, and the boundary and period of significance are undefined. So any questions about that one, or should I move on?
I just want to comment. I'm glad to see this come to light, and especially as we learn more and more about our Gullah Geechee heritage here in North Carolina. This is an important resource.
Yeah, we're just kind of cutting on the top end of that down in Brunswick and to Pender County. So it was really interesting. And the people down there are very enthusiastic. There's an association group that I spoke with, and a couple of the descendants showed me around. I would not have found some of these buildings had it not been for them. They're not visible from the road. So I really appreciated that during my site visit.
I just want to see a picture of the juke joint.
I know, they all talked about it. So my next study list presentation is on the Dr. Maya Angelou house at 3240 Valley Road in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County. The house is northwest of downtown Winston-Salem, just off Reynolda Road. And it was constructed around 1970 and situated on the wooded 0.81 acre lot in the Town and Country neighborhood. Maya Angelou was born Marguerite Johnston in April 1928 in St. Louis, Missouri. Her brother nicknamed her Maya. When very young, her parents divorced and she lived with her grandmother in Stamps, Arkansas. She spent her formative years at the Lafayette County Training School, where her teacher introduced her to poetry and famous authors, affecting her career interest. The Rosenwald School is listed in the National Register under education, and not for Dr. Angelou. She moved to San Francisco for high school, and persistence led her to be a streetcar driver at the age of 17. Of note is that her birthplace was designated a city landmark in 2015, and that's the picture in the upper left-hand corner, but she only lived there until she was 3 years old. And also reached out to other SHPO staff in Arkansas and Missouri, and it does not appear that there are any other resources left in Missouri related to her, and all the houses in Arkansas are thought to no longer be extant. So during the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Maya Angelou's career developed into many aspects. She was a dancer, writer, activist, and actress, moving from New York City to Africa, Hawaii, LA, and back to San Francisco. Notably, she was the Northeast coordinator for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, a civil rights group. And she published her first autobiography, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, in 1969. Dr. Angelou's later career is situated around her time in Winston-Salem, where she took a position as the first Reynolds Professor of American Studies at Wake Forest University. Another notable career moment was the honor to create and recite a poem for President Bill Clinton's inauguration in January of 1993. Her multifaceted career continued with directing a film and winning 3 Grammy Awards. She also continued to publish books, with her 7th autobiography in 2013. So this is the house on Valley Road, and it was purchased by Dr. Angelou in 1981 when she moved to Winston, and it was renovated and expanded in 1982. The first and second floors have been greatly altered from the original design, yet it's remarkably intact from the time Angelou lived in the home. or owned the home. Here's some sampling of rooms utilized by her, and they're mostly unchanged. In 1994, she purchased a second home in Winston-Salem on Bartram Road, and this house has been completely remodeled with little trace of it as her home, but this is one she actually lived in, and she used the other one more for entertaining guests, including university students, and Oprah Winfrey went there for an interview with her. It's online if you want to see it. And in 1993, after her inauguration, it was really great to see her and hear her voice again. And in 2002, she purchased a home in Harlem to use when she visited her only son and grandchildren, and divided much of her time between there and Winston-Salem. The interior was completely remodeled. So after at least 30 honorary degrees and being awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, she passed away at the age of 86 in May of 2014. And though Dr. Angelo's most productive career and life of work is within the 1950s through 70s, not that I know of, that there's not any one known resource that's closely related to that time. I was unable to find any location or references to her early life in Brooklyn. It does seem that she lived in several New York City apartments over time. And the 1993 poem inauguration was pivotal in her moment of distinction. And she did receive that call at this home. But I wanted to say that yesterday I was talking to a consultant that's well-known in the area, and she had seen the agenda and was asking me about this particular property. And from what she knows, Dr. Angelo actually used to stay in hotel rooms when she wanted to really focus on her writing and creating. And so that was not something that we knew at staff review. And so I just wanted to add that. And if it was to be placed on the study list, it would be under criterion B argument, and a criterion consideration G would need to be used due to period of significance being less than 50 years old. And since we don't see a lot of criterion Bs under a person, I was just going to read a little bit from the bulletin to make sure we all knew what we were looking at, to be sure. And I think we have another one coming up that's also for a B argument. So B is for persons significant in our past, referred to as individuals whose activities demonstrably important within a local, state, or national context. And it goes on to say, each property associated with an important individual should be compared to other associated properties to identify those that best represent the person's historic contributions. The best representatives usually are properties associated with the person's adult or productive life. Properties associated with an individual's former or later years may also qualify if it can be demonstrated that the person's activities during the period were historically significant, or if no properties from the person's productive years survive. And so since the period of significance would be starting in 1981, and that would be when she purchased the home, it would have to meet criteria consideration G, which would meaning it's achieved a significance in the past 50 years. So under that, there's an example here. And so if a building was constructed early in the 20th century and having no architectural importance, but as an associated with an important person during the 50s, it must be evaluated under criteria consideration G because the period of significance is within the past 50 years. Such a property would qualify as if the person was of exceptional importance. So that's all I have about that study list. And I know it's a little bit different from the ones we've seen before. So I'm here to answer questions or comments.
I do have a comment. One is when Dr. Malveaux was president of Bennett College, she was very close to Maya Angelou. She would bring her to campus for major activities. Okay. And so there was, and she also did some workshop. with, it wasn't just that, with students at Bennett. So there's an association there with Bennett College. Plus, I would say she would know, can give more information about, because she would go up to, Malvo would go up to Winston-Salem to meet with her and talk with her. I'm not sure which, where they were meeting, but she was able to give more information about the use of that house.
I think there are a lot of people from what I know that were associated with her during her lifetime that would oral, histories about her. But I didn't talk to any of those. The applicant gave very little information, but from the information that I know about it, that's where
And so, I mean, that would be something to follow
up with. Yes. And so, study list is, upon further study. And there is a lot more to figure out which side this falls on, because generally you do look at houses for people, if there's not a, an office or something like that, or like, a theater that was associated with the person of all their performances, you can look at someone's home that they lived in, which to a lot of people would mean the home on Bartram. But since she also owned this house on Valley Road, it might be the only one that has the integrity still that could possibly be listed in this way. It would take some finagling, especially because the period of significance is within that it's less than 50 years, even though the house is 50 years old. But so that's where we are.
So who submitted this application? Hospitals and
I don't, just an interested party.
It's an interesting party.
I was just gonna say, when you want both of these on the study list until you sort through the information?
Oh, you mean both of her houses? The one on Bartram would not be eligible because it's lost too much integrity over time. And that one has been looked at by other consultants and everyone kind of, I don't know if everyone agrees, but historians have kind of fell onto that. Just, it doesn't, it can just like photo. Oh, maybe not.
Is it safe to say that one's been heavily?
It's heavily
renovated.
renovated on the interior. And you can see some changes like the windows here and the doors. The windows have been elongated and this portion of the gable roof is different. And I think there's the back is, it's beautiful. It's like a big fire pit, and I think there might be a pool, but none of that looked like it was when she lived there.
Because there's Maya Angelou, the private person, and then there's the public persona, and she deliberately made the choice to purchase this other house from what little we know as part of that public persona.
And that's
so
where those different folks would speak to that.
So clarity for me. What's your recommendation? What's the staff's recommendation?
Because some of this information that I spoke with the consultant yesterday, I don't really want to speak for all of staff giving the recommendation. And, I kind of wanted to leave it up to you guys to discuss and approve. I don't know if someone has.
You just presented it to us.
I know you have something else to say.
I'm sorry. No, I was just gonna say, I think part of what we're conveying is that there are very few other buildings extant, period.
That I know of.
That we are aware of in any state that can definitely be pinpointed to.
And she did live
influence
here,
on her, et cetera.
Own this the longest because she did move around so much. Not to say that there can't be more than one building associated with a person. You might remember the Nina Simone or, Eunice Wayman house was her birthplace. I think there was also another residence in New York, maybe, that was associated with her. So there can be more than one, depending on, productive life and if there was other resources left and that sort of thing. So I think just more research would have to be dug into from what, from the research that I did. I couldn't find anything definite other than some apartments in New York that she had for a few years here or there, or lived with different people. So.
And if I was going to say, we discussed in staff Arkansas as one spot, but her grandmother's house is no longer, I think the store is there.
There.
Where she actually resided and a lot of the
Mhm.
events that she covers in her literature, it's not there anymore. I think the pond is there.
Okay.
And there's like a park or something like that in Stamps, Arkansas, but Ralph, who is Jeff of Arkansas, I think you spoke with him and there's not a structure, right? In Arkansas.
Yeah, the
And there's
only-
and there's the birthplace maybe in St. Louis, but she was just born there, correct?
Yeah, she was born there and she only lived there till the time she was 3.
And I
So,
would also say there's a significant presence in her public presence, not just out and nationally, but really located in North Carolina. I mean, she had some very strong relationships and was mentoring folks who have national prominence like Melissa Harris Perry, who's another person who would know a lot more about.
yeah, there's no doubt that she is of
It's the way-
significance.
No, it's the way they know it, that some of the details
Yeah,
that you're
okay.
asking for.
Right.
they could probably provide.
Okay, well, hopefully, if
She's
this
at Wake Forest.
would move forward, that there are a number of people that would be, hopefully able to speak and talk to whoever would be writing the nomination. And I don't know if this moves forward, but study list the first step.
And so that,
You have.
That's how,
How we have.
we have, yeah.
so there should be some faculty folk who would know tons about I mean, she was a celebrity there on that campus,
Administration.
And she stayed there longer than Skip Gates stayed at Duke.
She actually,
You had to do that.
Beth King, who's on our staff, talked about it. She actually went to Wake Forest University and she said that Dr. Angelo taught every other spring or something like that. And but on campus, there's a dormitory named for her and there's a hospital wing named for her. So she's very well known, and significant in Winston-Salem and has been honored a lot. I think she also taught classes at Salem and maybe Winston-Salem State as well. And other colleges too, she went around to speak and I guess work with other students. So I wouldn't say, I don't know if her education at Wake Forest was significant enough during that time, but she was still producing work during that time. So I don't know.
If I could add, because one of my presentations, like Julie alluded to, is about a significant person. And I spoke to our reviewer in DC and he said, when there are multiple properties associated with an individual, you have to look at that. Was there one main event or occurrence of something that happened that kind of took them into that significance arena, if you will? So it just in what we've discussed and studied in staff review and since staff review is that Dr. Angelo had several periods of that occurrence, both, and not to say that they're not a continuum, but there were certain years that kind of stick out in her professional life. So it's a little tricky. And criteria B is always tricky. But I think, to Julie's point, this is really truly, it has the most integrity of any property that we're aware of, at least in North Carolina. So,
yeah.
But is it enough to make that criterion G a case for, exceptional significance, less than 50 years?
Well, if you waited 7 years, 8 years, my math right here, if you waited 7 years, you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Right.
Presumably, so there's that.
But if you wait 7 years, are you gonna have access to all the people?
No, I understand, but I'm saying in terms of an actual listing effort, that's all I'm saying.
But the study list is where we put houses and buildings and places that we need more information on.
Yes.
We think they are going to be qualified, but, it's not an absolute. And so study lists are where we grow.
If that to be correct. Yes.
There is
Ms. Julie,
Potential.
Ms. Julie,
Yes.
since you said this is for us, I would like to move forward. and recommend that this be added to the study list.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Okay, it passes. Now can we vote on the other two that we just skipped over?
No, we haven't gotten to
Oh,
Alabama.
oh, I'm sorry, you haven't got, you're right, I'm sorry.
We'll have to
We'll have to go back.
We'll have to
Okay.
go back.
Mr. Smith, you want to take over?
Certainly will.
We've got plenty more on that for each of you.
I know.
Sure, will be tired of hearing my voice by the time I present all these.
Allow for a few years.
Yeah. With the way.
Can I ask a question about the study list? Sure. How long might some act be before some action is taken with this particular house here?
It's hard to say. I mean, this applicant approached our office with the intent. I mean, I think it's okay to say their intent was to purchase the property and use it as a wellness center, but this woman or this person lives out of state, so there's no mechanism to remove it.
Yeah. That's the reason why I brought up the question about would we want to have both of the properties on there? Because institutional memory is short. And this group remembers this today, but 5 years from now, or 10 years from now, 15 years from now, they're still on the study list. And the good house ain't there anymore. Is anybody going to remember about the second house? That's why I said, do we want to keep in mind both of those properties? And then whenever we come around to it again, reevaluate it again at another point?
Well, that's pretty much what we do. If something, say, is on the study list.
Would hate to lose sight of the second house that's not so good.
Right.
Because that might be the only thing associated with her 15 years from now, 20 years because of something going.
Well, these minutes will become part of the permanent record, which is
back and
believe me, we do. And we do reevaluate properties that have been on the study list for more than,
right. Well,
I don't know,
that's
5
what- if they're on
years,
the
so.
study list, it's cognizant. If we ignore the second one, then it's not cognizant anymore.
I think the second one its existence will be part of the survey file record.
Correct.
For the one we're dealing with today. So, just as part of Julie's evaluation and research about what's left or not left, associated with her. So that'll be in the survey file, with the house we're dealing with today.
I just want to make sure we don't lose back of the other one, the process.
Yes.
I mean, it seems to me just all the modernist aspects of that Bertram house, I think is what the name of it was.
I understand.
Had been removed, so, but taste change, so.
Maybe it could possibly one day be the only thing associated with it,
Sure. Like my colleagues, I will preface this by saying that the majority of the images in these presentations were submitted as part of the study list applications. Most of the maps I've cited or given courtesy to the creator. Otherwise, I created them. So my first study list presentation is for 4 buildings in Western Alamance County indicated by the red star. The circle in the bottom shows actually there are 3 properties, 2 are connected by a footbridge, but they are on the west side of North Carolina 62 south of Great Alamance Creek. This is an aerial view that shows the subject properties in relation to the Alamance Mill Village Historic District, which was listed in 2007 with a period of significance of 1840 to 1947 under the areas of industry, architecture, and social history. It is located approximately 1/10 of a mile to the north of the properties that are being considered today. These are some historic images. Boarding house in the larger photo, a single family dwelling in the lower left, And that is a horrible image. I'm sorry about that. It did not look like that in my presentation. But anyway, we compress images sometimes when our PowerPoints are so large. But it was a store with a second story screened-in porch, which cantilevered over a fuel island. So not unsafe at all. I did take these images from Street View, Google Street View, just to kind of show you the current view. This is the boarding house. This is Mrs. Overman's mill house. And this is the Overman's store. So other than the dates of construction, these buildings share a common history. They each served the Alamance Mill, which by the time of their construction had become known as the Standard Hosiery Mill. Employees used all three buildings either as housing, a postal service, groceries, or fuel after John Schaffner purchased the former Alamance Cotton Mill in 1927. Schaffner renamed the mill Standard Hosiery Mill, and according to the application, Schaffner made vast improvements, including installation of a modern water treatment plant, which you can see the water tower, which is standing there collecting rust. These are, again, the three subject properties. All heavily altered, both exterior, both on the inside and out. The Overman store, the Overman store traditionally had, which is on the right, had apartments on the second story, and then of course retail on the first. It's now all apartments. In the middle, again, that's Mrs. Overman's mill house. It went from a single family dwelling to a duplex, and now it's back to a single family. And again, the boarding houses, they used to be 36 individual rooms with a large kitchen and dining room to accommodate mill employees. But now it's been subdivided into apartments. So again, drastic alterations to the facade, as well as to the floor plan, render these properties not eligible for listing in the National Register. I will say that they are south of the Alamance Mill Village Historic District, but in that nomination, it's stated south of the district is a combination of a small town urban mix of buildings, vacant land, and wooded land. East and west of the district, again, the mill village that's listed, are floodplains beyond the creek and woodlands. In summary, beyond the district boundaries, the cohesiveness that distinguishes the district disappears. So staff recommends that these three buildings not be placed on the study list. Let me keep going or just, okay.
This is gonna be a marathon.
Let's see, this is the Dr. William Dobson House, which is in Forsyth County in the vicinity of Clemens. There it is, by the red, indicated by the red star. In 1816, William Dobson moved with his family from Guilford County and settled near what became Thomasville. By circa 1830, the family resided in an impressive two-story timber frame building on Old Greensboro Road in Davidson County. A two-tiered front porch supported by four large beaver sawn columns and three brick chimneys laid in an unusual design with intersecting glazed headers visually accented the three-bay dwelling. According to the study list application, the Dobson House, quote, is the most importantly associated structure by John Swicegood and Jonathan Long combined. They were both cabinet makers in the area in the 19th century. Highly renowned. The masterful representation of high artistic value is evident in the original color schemes and patterns adorning the interior walls of the house. And I'll slide behind myself. So basically what you're seeing are faux paint techniques, graining. It's anyway. There's some more examples of the paint techniques. So to add a little twist, this map shows the original location of the house in Davidson County, which it was when it was placed on the study list in 1982, following Paul Twart's Davidson County survey. That's here. And this is its current location. About 17 miles as the crow flies. The new site is compatible in a wooded location and a rural setting. It is set back, the house is currently set back approximately 250 feet, which was the approximate distance from where it sat back from Old Greensboro Road. So National Register Bulletin 15, justification for meeting criteria consideration B, moved property states that a moved property significant under criterion C must retain enough historic features to convey its architectural values and retain integrity of design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. Property was moved because it had deteriorated after a fire and it was vacant and there were ongoing threats by ne'er-do-wells. So the current owners set out to move the property in 1981 and finished the move in 1983. So another criteria consideration that we must consider. Sorry, let me catch up my slides here. So here's the original placement. The top left photo shows it back where it was originally located. And the lower right shows it, the frontage. And this is its current location. So the larger map shows a kind of sparsely developed area outside of Clemens. And then the upper left, it's showing its setting back quite a ways from the road. So again, here's moved properties. I feel like the setting is compatible. Its general environment is compatible to the original location. Reconstructed property is eligible, and I list the reasons there, but I spoke with the applicant, and the owners meticulously deconstructed the house and numbered all the different building components prior to it being moved. It could not be placed on cribbing and moved on a flatbed. It just was not feasible. So they do have a master plan which they can articulate in a nomination if it moves forward to that stage. But you see at the very bottom, none of these requirements must be met if the majority of the original fabric was retained. And according to the applicant, approximately 90 to 95% of the original building fabric was retained. So I recommend placement of the Dr. William Dobson House on the study list. My next presentation is for the Dr. H. Rembert Malloy House, again in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County. Built in 1950, the Malloy House is situated on a 2-acre parcel in East Winston-Salem, southeast of the National Register listed Reynoldstown Historic District, which was listed in 2008. Dr. and Mrs. Malloy, the former Elaine Ford Barnett of Lynchburg, Virginia, that's where all good people come from, built their home employing Black contractors based on a design on a house they had seen and liked elsewhere in North Carolina. This one-story side gable multi-bay ranch house is bisected by a large front gable projection. Facing north toward New Walkertown Road, the recessed front entry is flanked by 4 light over raised panel side lights. Multi-light metal casement windows sit atop brick Burlock sills. A broad brick chimney runs perpendicular to the shallow pitched gable roof. So let's kind of circle around the house. It is in need of some love, but the bones are still there. It's got this really interesting courtyard. It's an H-shaped house. So it has this really nice courtyard in the rear. Here's the floor plan, has a sunken living room. There's the courtyard, as I pointed out, and then the recessed front entry is down in the lower left corner. Other than improvements to mechanical systems and some isolated damage due to deferred maintenance of the vacant property, the home's interior has remained unchanged since its construction. And here are some of the interior images. So Dr. Malloy has a lot of accolades, highlighted a few here. The biggest challenge for this application was placing all of his life, his professional life, into a timeline. I did my best. After attending public schools in Winston-Salem, Malloy graduated from Johnson C. Smith University in Charlotte. He completed his medical degree and graduated from Howard University, following graduate work at the University of Chicago. In 1941, Malloy was appointed assistant resident in surgery at the Freedmen's Hospital in Washington, D.C. Founded in 1862, it later became part of Howard's teaching hospital and is now known as Howard University Hospital. Malloy was eventually named chief resident in surgery in 1943. Although dates for his work there are not concrete, Dr. Malloy started as an intern at the former Kate B. Biddings Reynolds Memorial Hospital, which opened in 1938, serving Winston-Salem's Black community. Malloy eventually served as its chief and president of staff. He also served as chief of surgical service. He was an attending surgeon at Forsyth Memorial Hospital, now called Novant Health, that opened post-integration in 1964. Also, beginning in 1953, Dr. Malloy was a college physician and director of student health at Winston-Salem State University, as well as an instructor in pathology and surgery in the School of Nursing. And he left that position in 1981. In 1948, which I assumed he was working at the Reynolds Hospital at that time, he was the first surgeon to perform surgery on a newborn infant. The newborn was born with her intestines on the outside of her body. This condition, I will attempt to pronounce it, omphalocele. It's a hernia, basically. It took Dr. Malloy 48 minutes to complete the surgery successfully. Because of this successful operation, it was written up in JAMA. He was a member of the editorial staff of National Medical Journal, and he co-authored 14 publications in other medical journals. He was the first African-American in the South with a private practice limited to the specialty of surgery, and he's noted for performing more surgeries than any other physician in Forsyth County. That is not sourced, but I would imagine it could be sourced somehow. The tireless Dr. Malloy passed away May 23rd, 2004 at the Kate B. Reynolds Hospice Home. Dr. Malloy is remembered for his community, for being a doctor who cared enough for doing free physical exams for underprivileged children, for seeing that people who needed surgery got it, regardless of their ability to pay, and for taking strong stands on issues affecting his community. So again, for these properties where there's, or for these individuals where there are more than one property that's associated with them, but there is an anchor property like a longtime residence that can work. And these are the words of our reviewer, Jim Gabbert. In a case like this, I would look most carefully at the specific event that made him or greatly helped to make him a significant person. If it was this particular surgery, the hernia surgery, then look at that specific period and the places, resources associated with him. Unfortunately, Reynolds or the K.E.P. Reynolds Memorial Hospital was demolished in 1972 or 73. A highway marker does stand in its place, which is good, but it's not the same as the building. But if it was this particular surgery, then look at the specific period and the places, resources associated with him. More importantly, is this event indeed what pushes him over the edge into significance? There would need to be more analysis beyond being the first to do something argument. So basically, you're looking at the ramifications of his work. So I recommend this for the placement of the study list. Obviously, no further work needs to be done to kind of flesh out some more events in his medical career, but I think it's a good place to start. Okay. So we're moving to the east. The next study list application is for a property in High Point in southeast Guilford County, indicated by the red star. The proposed High Point Central High School Historic District is comprised of a 39-acre parcel located in West High Point and is bound by Ferndale Boulevard to the north, Chestnut Drive to the south, Trenton Street / Arbordale Avenue to the west, and Meadow Place to the east. The proposed district is comprised of the 1927 High Point Central High School, the 1931 Ferndale Middle or Junior High School, and the mid-century modern Thompson Elementary, which is on the far left of the slide. So this is the exterior of High Point Central High School, executed in the collegiate Gothic revival style. It dates again to 1927, and it was designed by Greensboro-based architect Harry Barton around a campus master plan designed by Earl S. Draper. These are interiors showing the very intact interior. And woodwork is impressive. This is the gymnasium with its barrel vaulted roof, as well as the auditorium. Next in the complex is the Ferndale Middle Junior High School, also designed by Harry Barton. Terrazzo terrazzo flooring. Not as exciting interior, but still very good integrity. Got some lockers there and a modern day computer lab. And lastly, we have is the circa 1953 former Tomlinson Elementary School, now known as the Sylvia Mendez Newcomers School, designed by William Henley Dietrich in a pared down, streamlined, modern appearance, separated by the older buildings by a tree line. Dietrich also designed the athletic complex between the two older buildings and became known across North Carolina as an early adoptee of the mid-century modern aesthetic. So the interior kind of matches the exterior, very pared down. This is the proposed boundary. And I recommend this historic district be placed on the study list.
Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Do you come across anything related to John Coltrane in this district?
Not at this level of, no, not in the application. Did he go to one of these schools?
He graduated from high school in High Point.
I believe his class has been working on the city of Guilford County
Yeah.
University.
Was that Washington Avenue? Yeah.
It's part of that Washington Street, but I'll check it.
It wasn't mentioned, Dr. Nard, but I would mention John Coltrane. Now we're moving on to Rowan County. This is the proposed district boundary for the Chestnut Hill Historic District. Encompasses approximately 80 acres anchored on its southwest side by the Chestnut Hill Cemetery. I want to point out that this area was not part of the Salisbury Architectural Survey update that you all approved for the study list last October. This study list application is being submitted by the city in anticipation of a future nomination following the nomination amendment of the original Salisbury Historic District, which was listed in 1975. In addition, a study list application was submitted for this historic district in 2015, but was denied due to the high volume of alterations. However, with the passage of time, nearly 10 years, more properties have aged into the district and preservation efforts in the community have resulted favorably in a higher degree of overall integrity. So this slide shows the original plat dated 1887 based on a land survey of Samuel Harrison's circa 1856 Chestnut Hill Plantation. The Dixie Land Company later purchased the former plantation in 1892 and divided the land into 103 lots, which is shown in the second plat on the right. These two Sanborn maps from 1907 and 1913 illustrate the growth and expansion of the neighborhood, separate from the city. And draw. This is the cemetery. Lots of stonework and granite, which is found throughout Chestnut Hill. The cemetery dates to the late 19th century. Its park-like setting is anchored by meandering walking paths, granite entrance piers, retaining walls, and curbing. Many specimens of mature hardwoods and shrubbery and other plantings are interspersed among the collection of ornate late 19th and early 20th century funerary monuments. The North Carolina Civil Works Administration constructed a small granite cemetery office circa 1933, which appears in the upper right photo. So these next two slides just show some typical architectural styles found in the residential buildings. So you've got Queen Anne, Glen Revival, Craftsman, maybe some vernacular and Italianate. I don't know, it might be a little late for that. 5 ecclesiastical buildings representing the Baptist, Episcopal, Methodist, Lutheran, and Islamic faiths are also members of the neighborhood. And 23 commercial buildings, several built as a result of the increased popularity of the automotive industry, are found in Chestnut Hill. Several single-story, mid-century modern brick veneer buildings dot the landscape, including this otherwise nondescript building, but highlighted by an upright geometric pylon, indicative of the futuristic Gookie architectural style, which is what I've highlighted with the red oval. Developed as an early subdivision just outside of Salisbury by the Dixie Land Company, the neighborhood was laid out on the former Chestnut Hill Plantation. Identified as a potential expansion of the National Register listed Salisbury Historic District, additional research conducted by the city has shown that the development of Chestnut Hill neighborhood was separate from both Salisbury Historic District as well as the Fulton Heights Historic District. Staff recommends placement of the Chestnut Hill Historic District on the North Carolina study list for its local significance in areas of community planning and development and architecture. Okay, 2 to go. And still in Salisbury. This is the Salisbury Colored Public School, which was submitted as on the application as the Lincoln School. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that they believe that is the original 19th century schoolhouse. But I think that's conjectural at this point. Located at 642 South Shaver Street, the Lincoln School, also known as the Salisbury Colored Public School, is situated in Salisbury's West End. Flanked by the Dixonville Cemetery and the Salisbury National Cemetery, the Lincoln School is part of the Dixonville neighborhood. Although the school originally dates to 1880, these Sanborn maps illustrate the extant one-story side gable building footprint from 1931 and circa 1940. So these three images just kind of show the physical evolution of the building. So 1920, you had your weatherboard cladding with your large banks of windows, providing both good ventilation and sunlight for the students and staff. In 1942, it had been covered with a brick veneer and expanded to include indoor restrooms. They were separate before, as well as an auditorium. And 1955 is what it looks like until the 60s. So again, this just kind of shows you the facade and what looked like container trucks. I'll explain those in a moment. And on the right is the north elevation. So these two buildings were constructed to accommodate growth. They're administration buildings and a library. They're freestanding, but there is a covered canopy that connects them to the original historic school building. These are some interior images of the original hallway and the classroom. So you can see the 12/12 light windows are still there, just boarded over for protection. Chalkboards are intact, cloakrooms are intact, hardwood floors. So really high degree of integrity. And this is the proposed boundary, which includes some athletic yards. Although currently vacant, the former Lincoln School building served Salisbury's African-American community as the first public school for Black residents and remained one of the few throughout the 20th century. From its late 19th century inception, the Lincoln School operated as a grammar school in 1970 when integration and compliance with the Civil Rights Act led to its closure. Salisbury's Lincoln School's existence and operation merited challenges and successes and was a cornerstone for the Dixonville community. For these reasons, staff believe that this Lincoln School is potentially eligible for the National Register and is a good candidate for the North Carolina study list under criterion A in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage. And finally, still in Salisbury, we get to the John Irwin and Ann Ferrier Ramsey Senior House. There's the architect, as well as a very faint site plan, but those are original. So that's the lot was actually two kind of pie-shaped wedge lots sold together. So to kind of what he saw as what most people saw was be a disadvantage, he saw as an advantage because of its proximity to the golf course, as well as its sloping terrain. Nestled on a 1.34 acre wooded corner lot on Pine Tree Road, the award-winning mid-century modern dwelling is integrated into the gentle eastward sloping embankment toward the number one green of the Country Club of Salisbury's 18-hole Donald Rawls designed golf course. The pie-shaped master site plan and the master architect, born September 15th, 1915, were educated at UNC and eventually earned his Master of Architecture from Yale in 1941. Following military service, Ramsey established John Irwin Ramsey Architects in Salisbury, and by 1956, he established John Irwin Ramsey AIA Architect and Associates Incorporated. The firm later became known as simply as Ramsey Associates from the 1970s through his, I think he retired in '89, and then he passed away in 1991. A strong proponent of modernist architecture, Ramsey designed multiple award-winning residences and public buildings in line with innovative style and construction technologies. So starting with the facade, this is what you see as you round Pine Tree Road. It's the sprawling east elevation with its multiple cross gables, cantilevered sunroom, a pergola, and the main block of the 1951 Ramsey design. So the sunroom is what? Here's the sunroom. Here's the pergola. This was the last addition put on in '93 by the current owners. But this is your original block right here. Just another elevation. These are some interior images showing the front entry foyer, the living room looking down from the library loft, as well as facing the living room staircase. These two images are of the dining room. The image on the left is current day, and the original, or on the right, is the original. The wall of built-in cabinetry on the right side of the room has been covered over. And this is the sunroom. I believe, significant for its modernist design, staff recommends placement of the John Irwin and Ann Ferrier Ramsey House on the study list with the proposed period of significance of 1951, its year of construction. And the proposed National Register boundary is defined as the tax parcel. Any questions?
Do I have a motion on the houses that we have covered in the central and southeastern region? We're halfway through, and so let's go ahead and do that, and then we're going to take a break for just a minute.
I move that we accept staff recommendations.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Stand up, get some oxygen, get some coffee, whatever, you've got to finish it out.
Great.
We already got one.
Oh, sure, God.
Sorry.
All right, well, you've got us all trained, so we're all here and we're ready to go. All right, we are gonna stay in Salisbury. This is Salisbury Day. And this does go back to the district expansion proposal you saw at your last meeting. Essentially, we missed a spot. When I was talking to the planner about the next steps with the expansion you approved last time, we kind of came up in conversation that there was a little area which you're going to see that might make a good addition. And then when I dug into it a little bit more, indeed that was the case. So we're presenting this here today, kind of as a cleanup, basically. So of course, you're all well versed at this point in where Wayne County is. So this area in green that's circled, that's what you looked at your last meeting. This is today's area. You can see it's a tight little, a small area. And it abuts the Salisbury Historic District to the north, which is a 1975 district. And this would be an expansion to that area and not to that Brooklyn South Square Historic District, which is primarily residential. So this proposed expansion would add seven buildings to the district, and 6 of those are expected to contribute to the district's historic character, and 4 of those 6 are directly associated with Salisbury's African-American history. Let's see. So we will just start on the south side of Fisher Street, adjacent to the existing Salisbury district. So the existing district would be behind the photographer. And these photographs were made by Emily Vanek, who is the preservation planner in Salisbury. This small commercial building began as a restaurant built between 1931 and 1950. And then this front addition, you can kind of see the line between the two, was made sometime after 1950. The taller building was constructed between 1922 and 1931, and it appears on the 1931 Sanborn map as the Salisbury Laundry, with the Salisbury Business School occupying the upper floor. That's another look at it straight on now. When we continue east, the next building is what is today the Noble and Kelsey Funeral Home, but it started life as the Negro Branch Library. So in 1923, a woman named Daisy Bean, who was white, sold this lot and the one next to it. But for this one in particular, she sold this lot to an African-American couple named J.E. and Annie Kennedy. So this Daisy Bean had been born in Salisbury, but she moved to Asheville around this time. So I think she was just divesting herself. J.E. Kennedy was a preacher, and Annie Kennedy was the daughter of a Livingstone College teacher or professor. The couple lived in what Sanborn maps record as a one-story frame house. In 1937, the Negro Branch Library opened in their home, in the former Kennedy home. In the 1960s, a graduate student named Willie Lee Banks Aldrich wrote his master's thesis at Clark Atlanta University on the history of libraries for Black patrons in Salisbury. Yay! And this thesis really details the organizational structure of this library. Like many schools for Black students, the library was created by and funded by Black citizens with some support from the Works Progress Administration. In 1942, the county and city became the primary funders of the branch, and it began operating more as a branch of, it began operating as a branch of the county's public library system. In 1948, Kennedy's descendants, including their daughter Ruby, sold the house to a local real estate investor, who then in turn sold it about a month later to the county. So in 1951, the county tore down the house and they began building this new Negro Branch Library, which opened in 1953. At some point after 1963, the county shuttered the library, and in 1959, they sold the property to Noble and Kelsey Funeral Home, which had operated next door since the 1920s. And so that's sort of the space between the two buildings, and then the earlier Noble and Kelsey building. So Going back to Daisy Bean, she sold this piece of property to a woman named Lula Kelsey in 1923. And to back up a little bit, in 1902, a local barber named William Kelsey, he was a barber, but he also ran an undertaking business. And he partnered with a man named Stephen Noble, who was a hearse driver for a white funeral home. And they established Salisbury's first Black funeral home. In 1906, Kelsey became a licensed embalmer. And in 1907, he married Lula Spalding. Lula had moved to Salisbury to care for her aging parents. And she married this W.F. Kelsey. Very quickly, very soon thereafter, Lula Kelsey became the first woman to be a certified embalmer in North Carolina. Not the first Black woman, but the first woman. And they ran Noble and Kelsey out of a building in the 100 block of East Fisher Street. So basically 1 or 2 blocks away from here. Then in 1923, Lula Kelsey purchased this house. The company remodeled and expanded the house so that by 1928, the Salisbury City Directory recorded Kelsey Barber, Noble and Kelsey Funeral Home, and Lula Kelsey as a notary operating at this location. Also, please note, this is in the 1920s, not long after women got the right to vote, and Lula Kelsey is already a notary. In the 1930s, the Kelseys became the sole owner of the business, but they retained Mr. Noble's name, and the company operated here until 1970 when they moved next door. So a little more about Lula. She was from Columbus County. Her father was African-American and her mother was Lumbee. She attended normal school in Wilmington and graduated from Scotia Seminary in Concord. She began teaching at Scotia Seminary, but her parents, meanwhile, had moved to Salisbury so her father could establish an office of the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company. When her father began to go blind, she moved to Salisbury to care for them, but also to take over her father's business. Lula and Noble and Kelsey Funeral Home eventually owned and operated 3 funeral homes in the state. Again, she was commissioned as a notary in 1923. She was an early member of and later president of the Salisbury Colored Women's Civic League, which became the Negro Women's Civic League, which was an active voter support organization that rallied to register Black women voters as soon as the 19th Amendment was ratified. And I mean, immediately, like en masse. She served as the president of the State Federation of Negro Women's Clubs and served on the board of trustees for the NC Industrial Home for Colored Girls, which had been organized by Charlotte Hawkins Brown and others in the Eflin community in Orange County. In the early 1940s, Ms. Kelsey was the driving force behind a move to build a new reformatory home for girls, and she was the only woman appointed to a governor's commission to organize that school. The school opened in Rocky Mount in 1943, but moved to Kinston in 1947, taking over a former white women's prison facility. And this school eventually became the Dobbs School, which was determined eligible for the register back in 2008. Additionally, Ms. Kelsey was also president of the Auxiliary of State Negro Funeral Directors and a member of the State Interracial Commission, which was also a governor's appointment. She died in 1947, so all this is prime civil rights. In the 1950s, a newspaper article recorded that a dorm at Dobbs was named in her honor, but the 2008 determination of eligibility doesn't note a building by that name. There is one building named the Federation Building, but that I think was in honor of the State Federation of Women's Clubs, meaning the white women's clubs. In 1969, when the NC Federation of Negro Women's Clubs scheduled their 60th anniversary meeting, they chose Salisbury in memory of the work of another woman named Rose Agony, I think is how you would pronounce that, who was a Livingstone College professor, and Lula Kelsey. So I suspect this building could potentially be eligible for its association just with her. Based on very cursory research, I don't think there's anything left standing that was associated with her productive life. So that's way more information than you need today for this expansion. But as you can tell, I went down the Noble and Kelsey rabbit hole and could not stop. So I'll bring you with me. All right. So if you turn your back to the Noble and Kelsey Funeral Home, this is what you see across the street. This was built after 1950. Safety Taxi had started in the 1930s and appeared in the Green Book in the 1930s through the 1950s. I know that at one point it was operating around the corner from this location, but I don't know when it moved here. And then again, moving back toward the earlier existing district, this is a garage for the Noble and Kelsey Funeral Service. And then across the parking lot, we have a sizable modern apartment building. So a look at the Sanborn maps in 1922, you can see the Kennedy's house on the far left. That's the house that became the Negro Branch Library. And then beside it, you see the two-story house that became Noble and Kelsey. And it was framed. Then you see the Negro Branch Library still in 1931 in the house. And then Noble and Kelsey has torn down, or someone tore down, the other house to the right. They've expanded this one. They've got apartments in there, and they also have brick veneered it. So this is a 1950 Sanborn map, looking at the kind of the whole stretch. You can see the restaurant on the left, then the Salisbury Laundry, the house that was just about to become the building that's there now, and then the Noble and Kelsey Funeral Home. So this is the the Salisbury Historic District boundary increase. And unless somebody would like me to pause, I will keep on trucking.
Now you're getting pretty good chasing that rabbit.
It was a fun rabbit to chase. And really what, I had not heard of her before, and just simply what caught my attention was the deed that she had bought the house for the business. And I kind of thought, what's going on there? And the funeral home is still in business, and they have a website that that mentions her, but definitely focuses more on the present business, which I think is still in the family, I think.
My question here, and for you, Anna Ramona, is that something of a template that we could use to expand the infield?
This is the same kind of concept, yes. Yeah.
But we still have that unfinished work there.
Or even as a
And-
separate district and then, you know, in and of itself. Salisbury has a very strong and. District.
They have a whole lot of concentrated resources that are all right physically
A
together.
lot of different paths, I would say.
Okay.
I think I read a reference to her book to, Ms. Kelsey's voting activity specifically related in the Quality magazine. They had a, overview of Black women who were in suffrage. And I think they called her out specifically, and there may be a photo of her.
Oh, okay.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. She seems really fascinating. I can tell I've only scratched the surface. I suspect she gets a little overshadowed by Charlotte Hawkins Brown, and even Gertrude Wheel. She's right. I mean, she's in the mix with all of these women. So, all right. Let's see. We will carry on with City Lunch Building. We are moving out of Rowan County. I don't believe we're returning to Rowan County again today, finally. This is in Franklin County. So Franklin County is just to our northeast. And here we are in Franklinton. All right, so following fires in downtown Franklinton in 1886 and 1889, owners began building in brick. Local merchant C.S. Williams is believed to have built this store around 1900 as a general mercantile operation. Sometime before 1930, George Sheehan, who had arrived in America from Syria in 1903 and lived in Youngsville by 1920, started operating a lunchroom and a hot dog stand here. Before 1950, Mr. Sheehan moved back to Syria and sold the business to Robert Moore, who sold it to Buck Edwards in 1950. Edwards then sold the restaurant to his niece's husband, Clyde Waden, and none of these sales had included the building. That had remained in the ownership of the Williams family, but in 1971, Waden purchased the building also. The restaurant was known as the Quick Lunch and later as City Lunch. Most of the business came from hosiery mill employees who placed their orders for the following day's lunch to make the most of their 30-minute lunch break. In 1984, the hosiery mill closed, followed by the cotton mill in 1991. And City Lunch managed to hang on into the early 2000s. So this is the staircase that goes up to the second floor. This is back down in the first floor. The study list application argues that, the interior retains beaded board walls, pressed metal tile ceilings that are in disrepair, and pressed metal cornices, which you can get a glimpse of here. And then if you look underneath that drop ceiling. Upstairs, doors are topped with transoms. And the study list application argues that the building is significant as a late 19th century or early 20th century downtown commercial structure, and that it represents the period of renewal and commitment to downtown that followed the fires of the 1880s. And also that it's best known as a local lunch spot from the 1930s until the 2000s. Taking in context of Franklinton, however, staff does not recommend study listing because the building does not rise to any individual significance. It would be a contributing resource within a Franklinton historic district, which has been evaluated. So this kind of orange outline is the Franklinton Historic District that was evaluated in 2005 and determined eligible for the register at that time. That evaluation did not identify City Lunch as individually significant. And then the green is the 2018 smaller version of the Franklinton Historic District that was study listed. Again, without City Lunch being called out specifically. So, and then within Franklinton's downtown, these buildings in red appear to retain more architectural integrity than City Lunch. So if you look along Main Street, you'll see City Lunch on the right, and then you can see one of those other downtown buildings ahead on the right. So that's this one. And these are the bits that have been replaced on that, but it retains a great deal of historic fabric. If you go around the corner, you can see City Lunch there on the right. And then this is Hair Pizzazz behind it. Hair Pizzazz is really, it's got more decorative brickwork on it, but it's very similar to City Lunch in that it's had replacement windows and some storefront modernization. And then we have this commercial building closer to the railroad tracks next to Hair Pizzazz. And so far as I can tell, this really retains a lot of good historic integrity. So staff recommends against adding City Lunch to the study list. The Franklin Historic District retains good integrity as a potential National Register district, and City Lunch would certainly contribute to that district, but on its own, it lacks individual distinction. Any questions for City Lunch? Right?
Do you know if the sash are in the second story where it's covered over?
I don't know. Mary Ruffin, do you know?
There are a few, not all.
Okay, so some, but not all. And this was prepared by Mary Ruffin, who is here with us, so I have a backup. All right, we will move on to Biltmore Hills. Biltmore Hills is right here in Raleigh. And so it's just on the south side of the Beltline. And it's outlined in red here. Biltmore Hills is a 150-acre subdivision in southeast Raleigh, developed for Black homeowners by developers Ed Richards, who was white, and John Winters, who was Black. 808 Hatley Road is the home of our own Jeanette Coleridge Taylor. So she probably would like us to list it under B for an association with her. The neighborhood was platted in 1959 and was conceived as a neighborhood for Black teachers and blue-collar workers. The same team of Winters and Richards built Madonna Acres the following year, and Madonna Acres was added to the National Register in 2010. In November 1959, the Carolinian newspaper described the development as a complete village community. All streets will be curved and paved, all home sites fully landscaped with decorative shrubs and lawns, and all city facilities, including garbage pickup and regular bus service, will be available. The lots were over 1/5 of an acre in size, and buyers will be able to choose their own interior paint colors, vinyl flooring for the kitchen and bathrooms. And each house would have 3 bedrooms, a living room, a dining room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Section 221 of the Federal Housing Act provided funds that allowed qualified buyers to purchase houses for $9,000 with no money down. Buyers displaced by urban renewal projects, those moving out of substandard housing, and those who met certain income requirements received purchasing priority. The application notes that the neighborhood meets the registration requirements laid out in the NPDF titled Post-World War II and Modern Architecture in Raleigh, North Carolina, 1945 to 1965. To refresh your memory, an NPDF stands for a Multiple Property Documentation Form. It's a National Register document that lays the groundwork for a certain group of resources to be listed. The group can be defined by type, age, geographic region, or really any way you could think to group them. And then within the documentation or within the document are registration requirements that describe what types of resources would be eligible for the National Register. An NPDF makes it easier to list a resource because nominations for individual resources that rely on the NPDF can simply summarize much of the context developed in the NPDF and focus on addressing the history specific to the resource being nominated. The post-war NPDF in this case notes that subdivisions may be significant as historic districts under criterion A in the area of community development and planning, or under C for architecture. They may also be significant under criterion A in the area of African-American ethnic heritage. And the description continues to note that districts must retain overall integrity and make specific reference. It makes specific reference to the integrity of layout of street plan, open spaces, curbs and sidewalks, or a lack of sidewalks. Replacement wall materials, minor additions and replacement windows should not have a large impact on integrity if the architectural character of the majority of the individual houses is clearly evident. And the subdivision has only a small number of buildings dating from the post 1956 period. So using this NPDF as a guide and recognizing that a future nomination would have to provide a little bit more context specific to African-American subdivisions, it is likely that Biltmore Hills would be a good candidate for the register. Okay, moving on.
Any questions? All right, we need a motion on these last 3.
Question, is staff recommending these?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, staff is
okay.
recommending.
Okay.
No, not that. Staff is recommending the Salisbury district expansion.
Mhm.
We are not recommending City Lunch, and we
Okay.
are recommending Biltmore Hills. So
Okay.
yes, no, yes. Perfect.
Well, I move that we accept staff's recommendation.
Thanks, Dr. Bernard. Is there a second? Brothers? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. All right, let's go to the Eastern region.
Yay, good job. You made it, the last 4, y'all.
Then you and I can head up.
Exactly, we can head east, hopefully beat the traffic out of town. All right. Okay. All right. So I have 4 for you today. I'll try and move quickly. The first of which is Sunset Avenue Public Works Historic District. This is located in Rocky Mount in Nash County, on the Nash County side. So the district is located along Sunset Avenue on the southeast side of the Tar River. It encompasses approximately 32.95 acre area containing industrial, commercial, and recreational resources. It contains 3 primary resources: the Rocky Mount Power Plant, which y'all are familiar with from last October, the Sunset Avenue Water Treatment Plant, and City Lake. This map, which came with the study list application, shows all of those resources and the proposed district boundaries. So, as you may recall, the Rocky Mount Power Plant was added to the study list in October 2023. There were some concerns about the integrity of the building due to the changes to the interior, but it was added to the study list to give the applicant the opportunity to determine if there was a viable path towards a nomination. This study list application presents a new approach towards listing not only the power plant, but also the adjacent Sunset Avenue water treatment plant and City Lake. And this is the power plant, just to refresh your memory, that's what it looked like on the inside. So, prior to the turn of the 20th century, Rocky Mount did not have a municipally owned water or power plant. Water service was the first public utility established in 1900, followed by electric lights in 1901. As Rocky Mount's population drastically increased in the first decade of the 20th century, demand for electric power and water service also grew. In 1907, the town's board of commissioners decided to construct a new water and power plant on the site of Stony Creek Road, or which is now Sunset Avenue today, along the Tar River to increase the town's electric and water power supply. The first municipal water works and power plant were completed in 1909. You can see it here on this 1912 Sanborn Fire Insurance map. And at the time, the two facilities were functionally associated, so they were all in the same building. Now I'm going to quickly run you through the power plant again, just to refresh your memories, the history of it. So in the 1920s, power consumption increased due to the advent of new technologies and the extension of the city's electric service to surrounding communities. In 1924, a new section of the power plant was constructed between the Tar River and the 1909 electric power and water station to meet the growing need for electricity. And this photo shows the shorter of the two buildings is the original 1909 plant, and then the 1924 addition is on the back. It's that taller section on the back. In 1936, the city once again made plans to increase the power plant's capacity. The improvements, which included building additions along the back of the 1924 power plant and alterations to the turbine room and screen house, were completed in 1938. By 42, the original 1909 electric power and water station, which stood south of the 24 power plant, were demolished. Between 1946 and 1949, the western section of the power plant was expanded and raised 5 stories to accommodate a new boiler. This picture shows the 4649 section on the right-hand side, yes, that's right-hand side, and the left, the kind of shorter section is the 24. So it kind of shows you the evolution of the building. And then this map, which was included with the study list application, shows the evolution of the building over time. The green sections are the 1924 sections, the yellow is the 38, and then the 46 is outlined in red there. And the overlap shows where the 24 was expanded and made taller for the new boiler. The power plant near capacity again in the mid-50s, and in 63, the city closed the power plant. It remained vacant until it was sold in 1985 and renovated into office spaces and a restaurant, which is how it looks today. And these pictures are from the survey file in 75. So that's what it looked like before it was renovated. Moving along to the Sunset Avenue water treatment plant. So it's the first of the three new resources in the district that I'm going to talk about. By the 1920s, Rocky Mount's City Council considered replacing the 1909 water plant with a new water facility to meet increasing water demands. However, the onset of the Great Depression delayed the project. When the Public Works Administration was established in 1933 as part of Roosevelt's New Deal, the city applied for a PWA grant for the construction of a new water treatment plant. The city chose a site across Sunset Avenue east of the existing water and electric plant and contracted with William C. Olson, who had designed the 1924 section of the power plant, to design the facility. Construction of the water treatment plant began in 1934 and was completed the following year. And these photos show it from the 1940s. So you can see very, very much that 1940s modernism and very deco of it. And it's really beautiful for a water treatment plant, honestly. So let's see. The water treatment plant was renovated in 1941, which expanded the filter rooms and the settling basins on the east side of the building. And in 1956, with the addition of a filter room and additional settling basins on the north side of the 1941 addition to accommodate 6 new filters. So the original section here is outlined in green, the yellow is the 41, and then the 56 is outlined in red. In 1968, a water shortage led the city and utility officials to approve the construction of Tar River Reservoir and Tar River Reservoir Water Treatment Plant, located approximately 5 miles southwest of the existing Sunset Avenue Water Treatment Plant. After the Tar River plant was completed in 1971, the Sunset plant became a backup water treatment facility. In 1991, the water treatment plant was renovated, and the improvements included a new roof, new windows, new equipment and filters, and renovations to the offices and laboratories. A new settling basin and an array of storage buildings were constructed to the rear of the building. The water plant continues to operate mostly in the summertime to meet demand, but it does remain a municipal water treatment facility. And these are some photos of the plant as it exists today. So you can see the windows have been replaced, but otherwise it looks very similar to that earlier photo I showed you. This is the facade. And then moving around to the side elevations, you can see some of the settling basins there. This is a view of the rear elevation and more overviews of those basins. I know, very exciting, the basins. These are the outbuildings associated with it, or the auxiliary structures. So all of these were built in the 90s or early 2000s. The two clear water reservoirs here in the bottom photo are actually on the opposite side of Sunset Avenue from the water treatment plant. They're left over from when the two facilities were functionally associated. So the one at the top of the photo dates to 1922, and the one at the bottom of the photo dates to 1909. And these are some interiors. I know we don't usually look at interiors for districts, but it's just so pretty. And it also looks very much the way it did in those earlier photos. It retains a lot of integrity, even though there have been a lot of modifications to it over time. Okay, moving on to City Lake. City Lake occupies approximately 10.5 acres in Rocky Mount City Lake Park. In 1935, the Works Progress Administration excavated City Lake, which was also known as Municipal or Sunset Lake. The construction of the lake served two purposes for the city: to provide work for unemployed workers and also to serve as an emergency reservoir. For the next several decades, City Lake remained a site for recreational activities and community events. The lake's two small islands, gazebo, water fountain, piers, and pedestrian walkway were added in the 1990s as part of a city beautification project. So you can see the islands with the little gazebo kind of out in the middle. They added those later on, but otherwise it looks pretty much the same as it did. So the proposed Sunset Avenue Public Works Historic District is potentially significant under Criterion A at the local level in the areas of engineering and community planning and development for its historic associations with the development of municipally owned utilities in Rocky Mount during the early to mid 20th century. The study list application also indicates that the district is potentially significant for its association with the New Deal programs and their impact on Rocky Mount in the 1930s. This district illustrates the growth of the city in the first half of the 20th century. Rocky Mount became a wholesale electric power supplier in the early 1920s, providing electric service to neighboring communities such as Nashville and Sharpsburg. The drastic growth of the city, both in geography and population, led to the increase in consumption in electricity and water. The 1924 and the power plant and the 1935 water treatment plant and their subsequent expansions were constructed to meet rising demands. Two of these resources in the district, the water treatment plant and City Lake, were constructed using funds from New Deal programs. For the establishment of the New Deal programs and the availability of federal grants and loans, the city received the necessary funding to construct the new water treatment plant and City Lake to meet the city's growing needs. The study list application also cites Criterion C as a possible area of significance under architecture for its association with William C. Olson. Olson was one of North Carolina's leading designers of utility facilities in the early 20th century. He designed the 1924 power plant and the 1938 additions to the power plant, as well as the 1935 water treatment plant. Some of his extant works include the E.B. Bain water treatment plant here in Raleigh, as well as the Elizabeth City water treatment plant in Elizabeth City, which are both listed in the National Register, as well as a water treatment plant in Tarboro and one in Kinston. It also cites a possible area of significance because of the Art Deco style, specifically in reference to the water treatment plant. As we saw in the earlier pictures, there's a lot of Art Deco details on that particular building, which was popular. That style was very popular for industrial, commercial, and for public buildings across North Carolina. There are many examples. One of them is the E.B. Bain water treatment plant here in Raleigh, and also for WPA funded buildings throughout the United States. It was a very popular style. So that's one other potential area of significance that was cited within the study list application. And despite changes to individual buildings, overall, the district retains a good level of integrity as well. So staff is recommending that the Sunset Avenue Public Works Historic District be placed on the study list for its potential significance under Criterion A in the areas of engineering and community planning and development, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture. questions? Oh, okay, moving right along. Okay, the next one staying in Nash County is St. Stephen's Missionary Baptist Church. This is located in Spring Hope in Nash County. And this is it's located in an African-American section of Spring Hope, and this is an African-American church. If I go back one, you see where the Spring Hope Historic District is kind of coming in that blue section up top, coming down on Pine Street. The resources up here are historically African-American. And then as you kind of come down to this area, this is where you have the kind of core of the African-American community in Spring Hope. Just for context. Okay. The congregation of St. Stephen Missionary Baptist Church began as a small prayer group formed in 1901. Reverend Charlie Spicer, a carpenter from Rocky Mount, served as the first pastor. In 1902, the congregation moved to a commercial building in downtown Spring Hope. The church held Sunday and midweek services in the building, and on Saturdays, the members sold cakes, pies, and dinners to supplement the church budget. In 1904, the church purchased a lot at the corner of South Pine Street and present-day West School Street for $100 and made plans to build a church. However, legal troubles halted construction. The walnut trees that were located on the property were not part of the original deed of sale and could not be removed. And the brook, which extended through the center of the lot, could not be filled in according to city regulations at the time. They were basically tied up in court battles for several years until finally they were able to get all of that squared away. And then in 1905, once all of that was settled, they began to clear the lot and fill in the brook in preparation for construction. In 1906, construction began on the frame church. The carpentry work was completed by members of the congregation, John Williams, Julius Wiggins, and Albert Pittiford, and another member of the church, Fred Herndon, did the masonry work. In 1907, the first church service was held in the church, and this was originally a frame church. It has been clad in brick. In 1921, the Spring Hope Colored High School, a Rosenwald school located across West School Road from the church, caught fire. This was a devastating loss to the African-American community during the time. St. Stephen Missionary Baptist Church became one of 2 Black churches that opened its doors to displaced students and teachers. The school became a safe haven, or the church became a safe haven, where the students in the Black community could continue their education until the school was replaced. C.C. Spalding Elementary School, as the school was later known, was rebuilt soon after the fire. This photo is from our archives. This is actually the 1941 building that was built when the school was expanded. The original, so the school that replaced the Rosenwald School after the fire was demolished between 2013 and 2016. It's actually burned by the fire department, so just very unfortunate. But it sat just behind this original school here, or this 1941 school. It also has it's a decently intact campus as well. So there's a really great resource down the way. Okay, now I'm going to take you on a quick tour of the church, starting with the exterior. As I said, it was originally frame and it was bricked over in the mid-20th century. It also originally had a steeple, but the steeple was removed during some renovations in the mid-20th century. And then it was replaced in the 1980s and subsequently struck by lightning. So they had to take it down. But the original bell is still on the property. Here you can see the side elevations, and the little flat roof section that kind of juts out to the side there is a 1960s education wing that was added. Here's a picture of the original bell, as well as another view of that education wing, and then a hyphen that connects the education wing to the church. And you can see the back of the church here still has asbestos, I believe it's asbestos shingle siding. So that's the one that wasn't bricked over, one section that wasn't. These are some views of the interior. Obviously, it's been renovated. The walls have been covered with drywall. I don't believe it would have originally had drywall. Probably was similar to a lot of churches of this time period, had beadboard or something like that. And I believe there's been some modifications to the ceiling as well. Carpet has been installed, and the pews are also later replacements. Originally, the church had pews that were made by the members of the congregation. This is the interior of that education wing. It has a fellowship hall, classrooms, offices, a kitchen, and the members use it for various events. Okay. Although St. Stephen's Missionary Baptist Church undoubtedly played a central role in Spring Hope's African-American community, based on the information provided in the study list application, the church does not rise to a level of historic significance to satisfy the conditions of criterion consideration A for religious properties. Additionally, while the church retains its historic form and original stained glass windows, the alterations to the interior and exterior of the church have diminished its integrity of design, materials, and workmanship. Therefore, staff recommends that the church is not a good candidate for placement on the study list.
Questions?
St. Stephen's,
What was your staff recommendation?
that it's not a good candidate for the study list, unfortunately. So it's a very sweet little church though. Any questions for me on this one? Okay. I'll move right along to the Milecraft Manufacturing Plant. This is in Northampton County in Rich Square. It's located on Main Street, just outside of downtown, and Northampton is a very agricultural based community, the county, and Northampton is kind of a, Northampton's an agricultural county and Rich Square is an agricultural town area. In 1953, approximately 50 citizens of Rich Square invested in the Rich Square Improvement Corporation to construct a new factory in memory of Leonora Vera Miles. Leonora Miles owned LV Miles Inc., which operated textile manufacturing facilities in North Carolina and West Virginia. Prior to construction of the Milecraft plant, LV Miles appears to have operated an earlier textile plant in Rich Square known as the Carolina Garment Company. Upon her death, Miss Miles named Rich Square as a benefactor in her will, stipulating that 70% of her profits from her plants be given to charity or needy children for education and health purposes. Once the plant was completed later that year, the Improvement Corporation leased the single-story arched roof concrete block building to LV Miles Inc. for use as a Milecraft manufacturing plant. The plant produced women's garments and sleepwear for several large department stores, including Sears and Roebuck, JCPenney, Kmart, and Montgomery Wards. Most of the workers at the plant were women, and like many textile factories at the time, Milecraft was segregated. Originally, the Carolina Garment Company, which was located on Jackson Street, employed Black workers, and the Milecraft plant exclusively employed white workers. When the plant was expanded in 1957, the two facilities were consolidated but remained segregated. White workers worked in the original section of the building, and Black employees worked in the new section on the north side of the building, and the plant was not integrated until 1965. So you can see the two sections here highlighted in blue is the original section, which is that arched roof section. And then the 57 section is there in yellow, and that's where the Black workers worked when they consolidated. The applicant for this did some oral history interviews with former workers at the plant, and she found that one employee recalled that when the plant was integrated, the first Black woman to work on the white side of the plant was a woman named Vicki DeLowich Hill. Some of the white workers were upset that her workstation was moved to the formerly white section of the plant, and later the seats of Mrs. Hill's car were slashed. She filed a complaint with the local police, but no arrests were made, and so she filed a complaint with the Justice Department, which attracted FBI attention and got a newspaper article in the local paper. I don't know what actually came of it all, but she took it all the way to the top. This is the facade of the building here. It's very simple, concrete block. The facade has a brick veneer on the front of it. And the 58 section, obviously, in that top picture there is on the right, and 57 is on the left. And these photos are from a site visit that I did. In 1961, Milecraft began manufacturing garments featuring Disney's Mickey Mouse using a specialized digital screen printing process. The onset of this innovation increased their orders exponentially. In 1962, a 30,000 square foot concrete block addition was constructed on the east side of the building to accommodate its increase in production. In 1966, a 40,000 square foot concrete block addition was added to the north side of the building, which allowed the company to once again expand its production line. As of 1965, 325 people were employed at the Rich Square plant, and the new extension was set to generate an additional 75 to 100 jobs. And we're going to continue our tour around the side of the building. The top right-hand photo shows a side elevation of the 1957 section, and then the bottom two photos here show the 1966 edition. This is the back of the building, and then the side of the 1953 section here. You can see all of the windows. There are only windows in the 53 and 57 sections, probably because air conditioning came in after that and they didn't need the windows anymore. But all of the windows still remain intact. They have not been covered, and they are all these metal casement sashes. Let's see, the Milecraft manufacturing plant continued to operate throughout the 1960s and 70s, but in 1975, a National Labor Relations Board case was filed against the company, which at least partially contributed to its demise. The company, as well as the mayor of Bridge Square, were trying to prevent workers at the plant from unionizing. Ultimately, the company lost the case and the Mildcraft plants closed soon thereafter. After Mildcraft left Bridge Square, the building continued to serve as a textile manufacturing facility and was rented out to various companies over the years, but it's been vacant since 2017. This is the interior of the 1953 section. You can see we have some ceiling failure, but it's just a big open space. And you can see the encapsulated windows in those left-hand photos. Those are the windows that look into the 1957 section. So that's the original exterior wall that you're seeing there. And back when the plant was segregated, because they couldn't cross into each other's sections to talk to each other, if the workers needed to speak to each other, they would tap on the windows or open the windows to talk to one another. This is the interior of that 57 section, and you can see a clearer picture of those encapsulated windows along that wall there, as well as the exposed roof truss system. This is the interior of the 1962 section. Again, very simple, big open space. The top photo shows a shipping area with a little shipping office, and then there's additional offices in that bottom right-hand photo. The bottom left photo shows the back corner of the 57 section, which was just encapsulated within the building. And this is the 66 edition. Again, big open space, a few offices in this area as well as these very interesting, very heavy metal fire doors that separate the 62 and the 66 section. And it's hard to see it here, but there's a really thin little hyphen that goes between the two sections for fire safety. Okay. So the Mildcraft manufacturing plant is, it's locally significant under criterion A in the area of industry for its impact on the local economy as one of two textile manufacturing facilities operating in Rich Square during the mid-20th century. The Mildcraft plant was one of the largest employers in Rich Square, employing 325 people in 1965, most of whom were women. According to census records, the population of Rich Square was only 1,134 people in 1960. While undoubtedly some of the employees lived in surrounding towns or in rural areas, it's safe to assume that the plant employed a significant portion of Rich Square's residents and had a notable impact on the town's economy. And that was echoed in the oral history interviews that were done. The stylist application, that when the plant closed, it was a lot of people were out of jobs in town. The Mildcraft plant retains a high degree of integrity. Despite its continued use, it retains its original historic form and materials, including the original casement windows. And the interior division of space is unaltered. Even the encapsulated windows along the former exterior wall remain exposed. So staff recommends placing the Mildcraft manufacturing plant on the study list for its potential significance under criterion A in the area of industry. So that's that.
Questions? I don't want.
One more for you. It's little, I promise. This is Winslow Grove School. And this is it's north, saying it's in Belvedere is generous. It is far north of Belvedere in Perquimans County. It's in a rural area, and it's currently associated with the Winslow Grove AME Zion Church. It's tiny and cute. The Winslow Grove School, also known as the Winslow Grove Colored School, is an African-American one-room schoolhouse. In 1883, Ephraim Fauntleroy, which is a great name, Samson Hurdle and Calvin Winslow, identified in the deed as the school committee, purchased a half-acre parcel for the construction of the school. The property was half of a 1 acre parcel previously deeded by Nathan Winslow, a white landowner, to the congregation of the present-day Winslow Grove AME Zion Church. The church, which was named in honor of Mr. Winslow, was organized in 1885. Based on my research, it seems that the members of the school committee were also members of the Winslow Grove Church, and Mr. Fauntleroy is even buried in the Winslow Grove Cemetery. Additional research is necessary to uncover the full history of the school, but it's clear that the congregation of the Winslow Grove Church were instrumental in the formation of the school and possibly its operation before it was administered by the county. Based on the newspaper articles, it appears that the school served the African-American students in Perquimans County until the county schools were consolidated in 1951, which again, there's additional research that needs to be done there. The students were later sent to Perquimans County Union School in Windfall, which is just north of Hertford. And in 1951, the Board of Education sold the school to the Winslow Grove AME Zion Church, who retains ownership today. So this is the school. It's just a simple single-story front gabled frame building, has weatherboard siding, a brick pier foundation, and metal roof. It has a central chimney and the windows are 6/6 double hung wood. They're all original, well, except for one 2/2 window, but the rest are original, even though they're in a bit deteriorated condition. They are all still there. It's a little overgrown at the moment, but it retains a high degree of integrity. So this is a view of the windows, as you can see, as well as the foundation and the gable returns, which are only on the facade, not on the rear. This is the interior of it. It's very simply finished on the interior with flush forward walls and beadboard ceilings. There's the central hole for the stovepipe, and then there's a raised platform at the far end. So we're standing at the door, the front door, and we're looking towards the back of it. So you can see there's a raised platform there at the far end. The Winslow Grove School is locally significant in the area of education and Black ethnic heritage as a surviving example of an African-American one-room schoolhouse in Perquimans County. Although it is in need of some repairs, the school maintains a high degree of integrity, retaining its original form, siding, windows, foundation, and interior treatments. Staff recommends placing the Winslow Grove School on the study list for its potential significance under criterion A in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage. That's that one. That's all my presentations for you today.
Any questions? I will entertain a motion for the Eastern Region.
So moved that we accept staff recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the ayes have it. Do I have a motion to adjourn our meeting?
I move.
Okay. And you can all vote by standing up. First thing I want to say one thing. Thank you for putting up with my little idiosyncrasies of all these years. And I hope you will give me a call when you have nominated every single meal in North Carolina.
Okay. Okay, we're working on it. Yeah.
Thank you. You're talking about. Thanks for my book. I'm looking forward to reading that. Yeah.